25. You wrote paper 1, it was not so difficult. Now you are headed for paper 2, which is more practical and which you'll be very comfortable writing. But let's quickly go through the content and check uh, and remind ourselves what is it that we should know in geography paper 2. Number 1, let's go to classification of settlements. Settlements can be classified in 3 ways according to their size and complexity, according to their function, and according to the pattern. So what we are looking here, we're looking at the classification of settlements according to size and complexity. So size and complexity, meaning from the smallest to the largest. So the smallest form of settlement is an isolated farmstead, and the largest form of settlement is a megalopolis. So that is the ranking of settlements from the smallest to the largest. Now, when you're looking at the 3 top settlements there, isolated farmstead, hamlet, village, all these can also be categorized as being rural settlement. But then rural settlement, remember, it's a classification according to function. When you say settlement is rural, we are simply classifying it according to function. Then we continue looking at settlements from town, city, metropolis, conurbation, and megalopolis. So this is now a classification of settlements now according to function as well. So this one we're saying rural settlements is classification according to function, and we're saying rural settlements are unifunctional. Unifunctional. What do we mean unifunctional? It means one type of economic activity. It specializes with one type of economic activity. And when we say settlements are urban, it means now we're saying these settlements are multi. Multi means more than one. They are multifunctional. So what do we mean by multifunctional? There is more than one economic activity, and you know the economic activities that are happening in urban settlements will be your secondary, which is manufacturing. It will be your tertiary, and as well as quaternary. However, quaternary could also be practiced in any other place except for rural area, because this is your research, this is your laboratories. They can be located anywhere. However, you must know what is meant by multifunctional. Now, let's look at the factors that influence the site and situation of a settlement. We have number 1, water. We have fertile soil, fuel, building materials, face of this or slope aspect where the sun is facing. So when you're looking at this will be the factors that influence the site and situation of a settlement. However, mentioning them alone is not enough to give you marks. You must be able to explain how did water influence, or what is the importance of the water in the existence of a particular settlement. So you must be able to explain the importance of these factors, or how did these factors influence the choice of site. Let's quickly continue with our settlement types. We said rural settlement and urban settlement. What do we mean by that? Rural settlement is a settlement which has single function, or which has one dominant economic activity. So they have rural settlements have dominance of primary activities, or they are dominating with primary activities. What are primary activities? It is the extraction of raw materials from the earth surface. And an example thereof is your farming, fishing, forestry, mining, and to a certain extent, hunting. Then you have your urban settlement, as I explained earlier, that they have more than one type of economic activity, which we are looking here is secondary, which is manufacturing, and tertiary, which is service provision. And then we quickly again look at urban hierarchies. So when we're saying urban hierarchies, we're simply looking at the ranking of settlements from the smallest to the largest. So here we're looking at these different concepts we're looking at, we said hierarchy refers to the ranking of urban areas according to the criteria of size and number of functions and the degree of specialization of the function. However, this becomes very complex. When you speak of hierarchy, it's easy. You just say it is the ranking of settlements from the smallest to the largest. Now, under this urban hierarchies, we have a central place town or a central place, which is central place town or central place city, which is a town that supplies urban functions to the surrounding uh, rural areas. So you have a town in the center and you have rural settlements around it, and they receive the services from this urban area. Then you have rural here, you have rural right round. So this is where now we're moving to the concept of threshold population. What is threshold population? It is the number of people a function must serve to be profitable, or this is a concept. Remember, you don't have to change the concept the way you understand it. If you say it's a minimum number of people required to make business profitable, however it was taught in class, it must have the same meaning. It doesn't have to have the same weights. And the sphere of influence, the area served by a central place or an area where business get customers from. However you explain it, so long as it's going to have the same meaning, then you have range of goods and services. So the range in this case does not mean a number of things. A range simply refers to the maximum distance that a customer is to travel or is willing to travel for goods and services. And remember, the range of goods and services depends on the order of services. So we have high order services, we have low order services. Low order services are the daily needs. You don't travel longer distance for your daily needs. And then we also have high order services or high order goods, which are specialized. And therefore, you don't travel every day for those services, which means now the range for the high order services will be longer than the range for low order or, yeah, low order goods or services. Now, let's look at types of elements according to function. We've been talking about order of goods and services. So when we're looking at the order of goods and services, we're looking at example of bread, example of milk, and then this will be your daily needs, and therefore you are not going to travel longer distance to access these goods, because if you are to travel longer distance on daily basis for these goods, you will have more expenses. And then the low order goods and services have got smaller threshold population, which means a smaller shop has got fewer people to buy from for it to remain profitable than a shopping mall or a shopping complex. A shopping complex will be a higher order service because it's going to need more people than a small grocery store. Then we have high order services, which are the services, or the goods that are not used frequently. So the distance for them is longer, or the range for those goods and services is longer, and they have larger threshold population, and there's less shops or services. So like the shopping centers, we are going to have fewer shopping centers because they are high order services. Now let's quickly go into types of towns. Let's go to types of towns. We have what we call a break of bulk. So the break of bulk sometimes is called a bridge. A break of bulk town sometimes is called a bridge. This is where one mode of transport is replaced by another. Like, for example, you're looking at all of your coastal towns. All your coastal towns will be the bridge industry, or will be the bridge towns, not bridge industry, sorry. It will be the bridge towns because you will travel by sea transport, and when you're getting at the sea, then you use either road transport or air transport or rail transport. So that is a break of bulk, a type of settlement. Then you have junction. A junction town is simply a town that is found at the main intersection. Where there are main intersection, that is your junction town. Then you have a gap town. So you can see here we have a mountain, and through the mountain there we have a road there. We have a road through the mountain, and what is going to develop there? People start to settle there. Now we call that a gap town. We call that town a gap town. Then we have another town. So this town is called a mining town. So a mining town, education town, industrial town, resort town, or commuter town. These are simply considered to be these are simply considered to be these towns are considered to be special towns or specialized towns, because these ones will have a dominant economic activity. So we refer to them as specialized towns. So a town like Welkom is a mining town. Just like the origin of Johannesburg, that is why it's called the place of gold. It originated because of gold mining. However, even today we can't say Johannesburg is still a mining town, because it has since evolved and it has now developed into an economic hub with many functions there. And then we have another type of specialized town, which is education town, your Stellenbosch for all the universities and other institutions there. And then we have industrial town, Secunda. And then we have resort town, Margate. Then we have commuter town, like Soweto, where people stay and work outside where they work outside where they stay. So in the mornings, those people will commute to the workplace. So we call that a commuter town. Then we are also going to look at urban profile. So when we're looking at urban profile, we're simply looking at the side view of the city. And then what is it that we learn from the urban profile? We learn that how the building density and building height. We learn that the building density and the building height increases when you go towards the city center, and it decreases when you move away from the city center. And there are reasons for that. What are the reasons? Why does the buildings increase with height when you go to the city center? Is because number one, in the CBD, the land is very expensive, and therefore you buy small land, but you build vertically to maximize the potential of the land. And there is high building density. The buildings are vertical and they are offices, and it's used mainly for commercial purposes. Then when you're moving away from the city center, you are going to find where the land is cheaper, and therefore the height of the buildings is going to decrease as well, because the buildings will not be tall, because you can buy large land and build many buildings instead of building one tall building. So the land is cheaper when you're moving away from the city center, and there is lower building density, which means there are fewer buildings there. And the buildings are more horizontal, of which most of those horizontal buildings will be some industries, because the land is cheaper. And then you will also have residential areas. Then between your CBD and your industrial and residential, you'll also have what we call transitional zone. So the transitional zone, this is sometimes called the zone of decay. A zone of decay. What do you get in the zone of decay? You get high quality of land or high land value. The land value in the transitional zone is still very high, but the buildings are not taken care of because of what could have been people that abandon the buildings and other people taking the buildings or hijacking the buildings, therefore resulting in the area not being taken care of. However, the value here is still high. The value in the transition zone is still high. It's only the buildings that are not taken good care of. And then you'll have different types of residential areas. And then between the urban area and the rural area, between the rural area and the urban area, that is where you are going to get what we call rural urban fringe. Okay, let's quickly go to activities that are relating to the activity to the revision activities that we have done. Now let's look at the activities here. The question says refer to diagram A and B of the dispersed and nucleated rural settlement. So one of the patterns of settlement, it is what we call uh, nucleated and dispersed. So when you're looking at this one, you're looking at the settlements here. You're saying the settlements here are close to each other. So this is what you call nucleated. And you see the settlements here, they are very dispersed. They are very far from each other. And this is what we call, uh, this is what we call dispersed pattern. This is what we call dispersed pattern. Now let's quickly look at the questions that we have here. Again, what you should know is that you should know the advantages of staying in the settlement and the advantages of staying in the settlement as well. Advantages of dispersed and the advantages of a nucleated. And it is very important that your understanding must also be of, are the advantages social or are the advantages economic? So the questions here are very specific. They don't say give the advantages. It says what are the economic advantages or what are the social advantages or what are the economic disadvantages. So you must be able to categorize those advantages according to that, either according to either social or economic. Now let's look at what questions we have here. This is a short objective questions. It says here you must state whether the question relates to A or it relates to B. Now buildings are widely spaced, so here it simply refers to it simply refers to A. This is where houses are spaced. Sharing farming equipment tools. So these people are closer to each other. Because they are closer to each other, which means now they are able to share. So this one will be a B. It lacks privacy. So these people are very close to each other and therefore there won't be privacy. So this will be a disadvantage. This will be a social disadvantage of being in nucleated pattern. Is easy target for criminals. So this will also be a social disadvantage for this settlement because people are isolated from one another. For A. And then basic services are distant or are far. So you can see here the settlements are far from each other, meaning that people will have to travel longer distance for services, which means the disadvantage for this one, it will be this will be a disadvantage for number A. However, when you look at it, these disadvantages or advantages, actually when you're looking at these answers are the characteristics or they are advantages and disadvantage. Now they say basic services are distant. So it means now this will be a social disadvantage. This will be a social disadvantage for area A. But now you must classify this social disadvantage as, is it economic or is it social? Now it becomes social. Now we can still add on this one and make it economic by saying basic services are distant and therefore the residents will spend more money trying to get services. So it means now it becomes economic. But when you just say it is far, then it becomes just social because we don't indicate how does that affect the income. Then easy to socialize, which one, where will people socialize easy? So it is going to become B. So the correct answer there will be B. Then it becomes social. But you can easily make, you can change this again to make it economic and say easy to socialize, and therefore they can make good decisions because they are socializing, and also improve on production and increase in money. So what I want to tell you is that all factors, all factors or advantages, not the advantages, all factors, characteristics, you can simply turn them to be economic by explaining your answer further. You can turn them into economic by just simply expanding or explaining your answer further. Okay, then they say where farming is associated with more large profit. So this one talks about profit. So it will be this one, because one of the reason, one of the factors here is that the land is large. Because the land is large, and therefore there's going to be more production. So this one will be A, reduces the need for manual labor and the cost of production. So this one, because it's dispersed, they are not going to use manual labor because it is so dispersed, and the farming is large, and therefore it is going to become A. So this is the short objective questions on patterns of a settlement. I hope you get how we got those answers. Now, let's continue and look at this other activity as well. This question says, refer to the sketch below showing rural settlement A and B, which is A here and B here. Now, they say they are located in the southern hemisphere. Complete the statements in column A with the options in column B. Now, it says settlement B is a dash settlement. Is it a dry point or is it a wet point settlement? So you can see there is B there, and you can see it's very close to a floodplain, but it is also found along the river. So it will become a settlement B. It will be not Y. It is not Y. It is a wet point, because you can see it is closer to a permanent river. So it's going to become a wet point, not a Y here. I think this Y is a mistake there. The site of a settlement A is influenced by its location on a south-facing or north-facing slope. So this one over here, because we said it is a settlement in the, we said it is the settlement in the southern hemisphere, and there is your north there. There is your north there. So this settlement is facing to that north there. So this settlement will be north-facing slope. This will be a north-facing slope, not a Y. This is a north-facing slope. This settlement A is north-facing. There is your north, and there is your settlement there. And then we have the land use. Remember why we get to that question? Because we were told that this is the settlement in the southern hemisphere. So this leading statement is guiding us actually to get our answers. The land use associated with settlement B. The land use associated with settlement B. This settlement B, what is the land use associated? Is it forestry or is it agriculture? Because we're talking about floodplains here. We're talking about floodplains, and we're talking about the river. So it will be agriculture. It will be agriculture associated with B, because it has got flatland, and it is also located closer to the river. So it cannot be AZ, it should be and it should be it should be agriculture, because of access to water and because of flat land. The shape of settlement A. Look at the settlement A. The shape of settlement A. Is it a cross or is it a linear? So the correct one there, here you see the settlement is built along a dirt track. It's built along the dirt track here, or which can be a road. So it is a linear. It is a linear, not this one. And they say a social disadvantage of settlement B. Social disadvantage of settlement B. So where is settlement B? This is settlement B. And you see settlement B is standing there by itself. And then what will be the social? What will be the social? So it cannot be less profit because it doesn't talk about the economic. So the correct answer there will be less safety. Settlement A and B. Okay, let me quickly go back to settlement A and B. Okay, settlement A and B are they unifunctional or multifunctional? These settlements are rural settlements because you can see they are found closer to the source of water, which is river and flatland. So you can see it is a homestead. So they are unifunctional because these are rural settlements. And the physical factor that influence the site of a settlement B, the site of settlement B, look at the site of settlement B. So we're looking at the physical factor there. Is it a road access or is it fertile land? So road access, the physical factor that influence the site of a settlement B, it cannot be road access because road access is not a physical factor. Remember, when you're speaking of physical factors, we're talking about natural factors. So the reason why the settlement is developed there, it will be because of fertile soil. Because you can see the settlement is on a flat plain where there is deposition of fertile soil. So the correct answer there, will be fertile soil. Then nucleated pattern. Which settlement has got nucleated pattern? Is it settlement A or settlement B? But at settlement B, we can only see one settlement there. So it cannot be nucleated because you can only see one settlement there. So which means here, this is where we can have nucleated. This is where we have more than one building which are closer to each other. Let's continue with our short objective question. Choose one term or concept for each of the following descriptions provided. Write a term or concept next to the question number. All right. You choose one term that from the brackets that fit the description here. The question says a resort or specialized town that develops due to the occurrence of main physical resource. Is it a resort? It cannot be a resort. It will be a specialized town. It can be a specialized town because it occurs because of the main physical resource. Okay, look at this one. This thing is disturbing me here. Let's quickly go back. Okay, sorry about that. A junction or gap town develops at a major transport intersection. Major intersection. So that will be a junction town. A gap will be through a gap. A gap will be through a pass on the mountain. But here we're talking about intersection. So it will be a junction. Where goods and services are transferred from one mode of transport to another, this one will be a break of bulk point. And then specialized towns or central place towns provides goods and services to the surrounding rural areas. This is your central place town. A natural attraction that leads to the development of resort towns or bridge towns, and a natural attraction. So it cannot be a bridge town, because a bridge town will be where you have one mode of transport replacing another. So the correct one there will be your resort town. Worcester, or a central town or a gap town, is located in a mountain pass. Mountain pass there, it means now it should be a. Let's continue with this question. Let's look at this question. It says the diagram above, which is this diagram. The diagram above, which is the entire diagram, it says the diagram above illustrates an urban profile or an urban hierarchy. So we know profile is the side view of the city, where you're looking at the buildings increasing with height towards the center and decreasing away from the center. But this one is simply showing you the ranking of settlements from the smallest to the largest. So it's going to be an urban hierarchy. The question, and the next question is, a conurbation or a city is a large urban area where several towns have joined together. So it will make this a conurbation. The smallest settlement in the diagram is a farmstead or a hamlet. So this one will be the one at the bottom, which is the farmstead. And then, so the correct answer there will be the farmstead. The town or a city has a larger sphere of influence. Now we have town and a city. Between a town and a city, where are we going to have more people coming to buy? So the correct one will be the city will have a larger sphere of influence than a town. The reason will be the city will have more high order services than a town. And then the city or a metropolis has more high order services. And remember, the availability of high order services is going to depend on the ranking of the settlements. The higher the settlement in ranking, the more high order services it will have. For an example, between a metropolis and a conurbation will now have more high order services than a metropolis. But a metropolis will have more high order service than a city, and the city will have more high order services than a town. So that is how you are going to be able to explain that. So the higher the order, the higher the services. So it depends on which one is higher on the ranking. Okay, sorry, I skipped this other one. Now, the minimum number of people required to support a business, is it a market area or threshold population? This will be your threshold population. The maximum distance a customer is willing to travel to buy something, or for goods or for services, that will be your range of goods and services. All buildings in a city that are not maintained and painted, decay sets in, and this is termed what? This is urban blight. So urban blight is simply occurs when the buildings are not taken care of. And then this it makes it important for us to have what we call urban renewal, where we improve the buildings in urban area. Okay, let's continue with our short question. The total area that is serviced by a central place, the central will be your D. It is a sphere of influence, a side view of a town or a city. is H. It is an urban profile. Goods that are needed on daily basis. What are they? They are low order goods. And what are the characteristics? They are cheaper and the range is shorter. Minimum number of customers needed for a service to make profit. This is G, which is the threshold population. Describe the ranking of urban areas according to their size and functions. It is B, which is urban hierarchy. We have looked at this question so many times. External appearance of an urban settlement from form and structure. It's C, which is urban morphology. We're looking at the street patterns. Those are your urban morphology. Uncontrolled expansion of a city is a. So I believe now you have seen many of these concepts, and you'll be able to apply the number of concepts in your examination question. Should you get any of them, I believe you'll get a total mark. Now, let's go to other short questions. A central place town services the surrounding rural area, which is number C. Now, A is classified as a low order goods, and A is the bread. So it is A is classified as a low order good compared to B because number one, it is a low order price. It is a luxury item and not needed. This one is not correct. Has a low order price and consumed regularly, is non-perishable and not consumable, has a higher price and is. So the correct answer here will be it has a lower price and is consumed regularly. So the correct answer here will be a B. Range refers to the what to buy a product. Range refers to the maximum distance travel. That is the range, which is number C. This one is correct. The range of a high order goods. The range of a high order goods is small due to its daily use, is large due to its daily use, small due to its high cost, it is large to its high cost. The range of high order goods will be number D. It is large because we travel longer distances for very expensive goods. Then dash refers to the minimum number of customers needed to make a business profitable. What is that? That is your threshold population, which is B, is correct. The threshold population of a grocery store is low because it has more high order. So there's contradiction, low and high order. High because it has more low order. So it's also contradicting. It is high because it has more high order goods. It is low because it has more low order goods, which is D, which is correct then. The area from which a settlement draws its customers is a what? Is it a threshold population? Is it a sphere of influence? It is a service area, or it is a. So the correct answer there, this will be it is the area. It is the area. So it becomes the sphere of influence, which means this one is correct and all this is incorrect. This one is incorrect and this one is incorrect. Now, let's move now to land reform. So this is a common examination question where you're going to get a question that says define land reform. You must know what is land reform. So land reform simply refers to the policies that are used to redress the injustices of apartheid. It refers to the policies that are used to redress the injustices of apartheid. And we have three of them here. We have land restitution. What is land restitution? When people are given their land back, or compensation. Land redistribution is when people, when previously disadvantaged people are given an opportunity to own land. that is land redistribution. And the land tenure is to secure the rights of those living on land owned by others. For an example, and landlords cannot just overnight chase a person from their land. They need to give them some time to find alternative. What is protecting that person there? It is a land tenure reform. It is to secure the rights of those living on the land owned by others. So a person cannot just wake up overnight and say, move out of my place, because you are protected by the Land Tenure Act. Then let's quickly go through the questions that want us to answer on land reform. The first question there is define the term land reform. We know land reform is policies. Land reform 2, policies. What are these policies doing? They are redressing, they are correcting the injustices of apartheid. They are redressing the injustices of apartheid. So we call them land reform. And then this one is a quote from the extract. So we don't think that this extract is going to come from your next examination. So we cannot answer the questions that are directly from the extract. Let's just focus on the questions that are common questions, not the questions that necessarily come from the extract. So the definition for land reform is a common question that we can answer. And then this one says, provide one reason why land reform is necessary in South Africa. So why is it necessary? This is an application question. This is an application question. It needs you to reason. It needs you to give a reason. So there is no single answer to that. But why do you think it is important? Provide one reason why land reform is necessary in South Africa. Number one, it is to reduce poverty. It's to improve access to land ownership. It is for people to be able to have integrity and dignity to own the land. So there are a number of reasons. Number one is to reduce poverty. Number two is for people to own their own land. And then what will people do when they owning own land? They can produce their own food. So this does not have a specific answer. It doesn't have one answer. So it depends on your interpretation of this question. So long as you can give the reason why must people be provided land? Why must the challenges of land be addressed? So it has got a variety of options. So there's too many reasons for us to give here. Now, explain two challenges associated with land reform that cause the government not to achieve their goal. The government is not achieving their goal as quick enough as possible. But now, this is another common answers that you can get. Number one, challenge number one is that the procedures are long. The challenge here is now, number one, the procedures to claim land are very long. Is because some people cannot prove that the land is theirs. Some people cannot prove that the land is theirs. And then we have this clause with land reform that is called willing buyer and willing seller. So there are more unwilling sellers. Even when the government wants to buy the land, people that are owning the land are unwilling sellers. So those are some of the challenges that we have. Let me try to write them down. We said, number one, we have unwilling sellers. People don't want to sell the land. Unwilling sellers and willing buyers. By the way, who's buying the land? It is the government is buying the land so that they can redistribute. So we have government which is willing buyer, but we have unwilling sellers. That's number one. Number two, the court processes take long. The court processes take a long time. And now other people can't show no proof for land ownership, no proof for land ownership. So people cannot prove that this is my land, and therefore they are unable to, the government is unable to help. And then the processes are expensive. Expensive processes. Remember, for you to go to court, you need a lawyer who is going to go and present your story in court. So it is very expensive. Some people do not have money to go and hire lawyers so that they can speak on their behalf in court. So these are the processes that make it difficult. These are the processes that make it to drag. And then explain two methods that the government can put in place to assist the people that have been relocated due to land reform, which have been relocated. Now, if a person is now given a land to work on, if a person is given a land to work on, how can the government assist them? Number one, the government can assist them with what? Skill development. The government can assist the people with skill development, where people will be trained to use the land. That's number one. Number two, the government can give them subsidies. The subsidies that they can use in order to buy machinery or fertilizers or whatever they need for a particular land. So they can give them skills, they can give them subsidies. They can also help the new landowners with collaboration with the existing farmers. They can help them to develop a collaboration so that those who are new in land ownership can learn from those who have been owning land over a period of time. Now, let's look at the questions here. Let's look at the questions. What is important? I want you to identify this arrow. What does this arrow mean? What is this area? So you can see there's a tractor there. What are you associating tractor with? And you can see here we have tall buildings. What are you associating tall buildings with? So associate tall buildings with urban area and tractor with rural area. So the movement here, let's identify movement here. This will be rural and this will be urban. And this will be urban. And because there is an arrow between movement, because there's an arrow between them that shows movement from here to here. So this movement is rural-urban migration. So state and environmental factor that result in the movement of people from A to B. So this question here is very clear. It wants environmental. It does not want social. It does not want economic. It wants environmental factor. So what are those environmental factors? It could be natural disasters. It could be natural disasters. Number one, it could be because of flooding. It could be because of drought. Remember, people in rural areas, they depend on climate for their activities. They depend on climate for their activities. So if there are any physical factor like any of this, so there could be soil erosion. These are natural things that could happen there. These are the natural things that could happen here. There could be animal diseases. Natural things could be animal or livestock diseases or crop diseases. Could be anything. So it must be natural. You cannot talk about poverty. You cannot talk about unemployment. You cannot talk about anything that is not environmental, that is not physical. It has to be. It has to be. You cannot talk anything social. For 1 mark. How does rural-urban migration give rise to rural depopulation? This is not even a question. The question says, why does the number of people decrease here when people move here? The reason is simple, is because the people have moved out of rural areas. That is why now we are going to have depopulation. How does rural urban migration give rise to rural depopulation? How does movement of people out of rural areas results in the decrease in population of rural areas? Because people have moved out of rural areas, now the rural areas is going to have lesser people. So that will be the answer to that question. What is the negative economic impact? Now, it is very important that every time when you answer the questions, you must always underline the key words here. What is the negative economic impact? So here it must be economic. It cannot be social, it cannot be environmental. So it must be economic. What is the negative economic impact of rural urban migration on settlement A? Settlement A is rural area. So how will the rural areas be affected economically when people move out? Number one, what do you think is going to happen? Number one, financially, how is rural areas going to be affected? So there's going to be less production. There's going to be less production and less income. So there's going to be less production. People that could produce have left, so there's less production, which leads to less income. Now, again, is there going to be more investment when people are moving out? No. So it's going to result in less investment, which means now the rural areas are going to become less profitable. And again, we can also talk about the government. The government is giving its a budget according to, it's making its budget according to where the people are. So because there will be fewer people, there's going to be less money for people that are left in rural areas. So the municipalities in rural areas will not be able to do their services because there are fewer people and their allocation is going to be lesser. So that's one of the reasons that will happen. And then again, what's going to happen? There's going to be unemployment. It's going to result in unemployment in rural areas. So the cycle of rural decay continues. Remember, the question here says the economic impact of rural urban migration on settlement A. So if the people are going to be, if they now on what are we looking at here? We're looking at what is the negative economic impact of rural urban migration on settlement A. So if the people move out, the businesses are closing, then we're going to have unemployment. We're going to have unemployment. Therefore, with unemployment, it means now there is less income. Less income. So what happens here? There is less buying power. Less buying power because of unemployment. Because of unemployment, and then again, because of less buying power, the cycle of rural decay continues. The shops close down because of no customers. The shops are going to close down. And then when shops close down, what happens? There is no profit. So it is the same cycle that's going to continue over and over. Now let's look at the next question. It says, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, why rural migrants experience difficulty in finding employment in area B? So this question wants, why will people that move from rural areas to urban areas not be able to find jobs there? Why will they not find jobs? Number one, now you must be careful. This question has got 2 parts. It says, explain why rural migrants experience difficulty in finding employment in urban areas. Why rural migrants find difficulty in finding jobs in urban areas, and the impact therefore on their quality of life. So number one, what do? we're going to look at why they find it difficult to find jobs. Then number two, how will that impact on the quality of their lives? Number one, we said rural areas because of lack of skills. Number one, because they lack skills. And now, because they lack skills, they will not get jobs. Now, how will this now impact on the quality of life? Because they did not get jobs, number one, they can't afford. They can't afford basic needs. They can't afford basic needs. So that they can't afford basic needs. Number one, we have to say, explain why rural migrants experience difficulty in finding jobs. Number one, lack of skills. And then how does that impact on them? They can't afford basic needs. Number two, why can't they find job? Number one, we're talking about skills. Now they do not have no qualifications. No qualifications. Remember, this is one of the the push factors. One of the push factors was that in rural areas the quality of education is low. So which means people will not have qualification. Now, if they do not have qualifications, the reason is they do not have qualification. That is why they are not going to get jobs. And now, how will that affect them? They can't afford food. Okay, let's say they can't buy houses. They can't buy houses. That's the reason. Number three, now we said why. Now, some of them can't read and write. Can't read and write. So can't read and write, in short, is that they are illiterate. And because they can't find jobs, remember the question wants you to give the reason why they can't find jobs, and then how is not finding job going to impact them. Now, they are going to result in development of informal settlements. Because they cannot buy houses. But they need a place to stay, so they end up building own houses. Now, another reason why they cannot find jobs is maybe they don't have money. No money to go search for job. They have no money to go and search for job. Now, how is this going to impact in the quality of their lives? Okay, they might resort to social ills. Stealing, getting arrested. So that is how it's going to impact on the quality of their lives. So you must be careful if you get a question like this that want you to answer two parts. Be careful. Make sure that you have answered both questions that are there. So, both questions, because it's the first part and the second part. Now, let's quickly go through this question. What is an urban land use zone? So, you must be able to give a definition for an urban land use zone. It simply refers to an area with a specific function. It simply refers to a part of an urban area with a specific function. So we can look at it as say it is a rural urban fringe, it is a heavy industrial zone, or it's a low residential area, or it is a transitional zone, or a zone of decay, or it is a CBD or central business district. So it simply refers to an area with a specific function. Why is CBD located at the center of the city? For easy access. It is located there for easy access. Identify land use zone label A in the diagram. So this land use zone A is a zone of decay. It's a transitional zone. It's a transitional zone or a zone of decay. The transitional zone or zone of decay. State two characteristics of the land use zone identified in above here, which is here. State number one, it is characterized by high land value. High land value. The land value here is high, but it has got what? Urban decay. Urban decay. That's what you should know. And then another characteristics there is that it has mixed functions. So what do you mean by mixed functions here? It will have the functions of, it will have residential area. Residential areas can be found here. It can also have businesses that can be found here. So it has got more than one type of functions. It's got mixed functions, both commercial and residential. It has residential and commercial functions. Now they say describe the expected topography or relief of the land. Refer to heavy industries zone B. Heavy industry at zone B. So describe the expected terrain or relief where you have heavy industries. Is large, flat land, because the industries require large flat land, because the industries cannot be built upwards, they have to be built horizontally, so the land must be very large. Give one reason for your answer. Why must the land be large and flat? Because that is on the, it is away from CBD where land is cheaper. The land is cheaper in this area. Explain why the CBD and the heavy industrial zone are often considered incompatible. So the CBD and heavy industrial zone, why are they incompatible? Number one, in the CBD, the land is expensive. And then in the heavy industry, the land is cheap. The land is cheaper. And again, in the heavy industry, there is more pollution. In the heavy industry, there is more pollution. So those are clear differences that you will find between the two land use zones. Now, let's look at the CBD again. We continue with the CBD. We continue with our land use zone and continue the CBD. So this is the second question that we're looking at here. So in red here, it says urban blight. So you must be careful what we're looking at here. We're looking at urban area that is not well taken care of. So this is what we term urban blight. So what is urban blight? Is the deterioration of urban buildings and infrastructure in the urban area when the buildings are not well taken care of. So the simple question, which all grade 12 learners should get right. CBD stands for Central Business District. Just for that, that's your 1 mark out of 60. So now your mark you're working out of 59. So it's a free mark there. Every grade 12 learner should know that. Describe two characteristics of the CBD evident in photo A. Let's look at photo A. Describe two characteristics of the CBD that you can see there. You can see crowding there. There is crowding there. You can see tall buildings. So that is what you can see from that. You can see there's overcrowding there. You can see there's tall buildings there. And then refer to the extract and explain what could have led to urban blight of the Johannesburg CBD. Now, we said whatever is according to the extract, we're not going to answer those questions. because we're not going to get specifically questions on that. But the characteristics of CBD, the characteristics of the CBD is something that you can get from other question papers, which you should know. And the definition of CBD is something that the acronym for CBD, you should know what it stands for. But this one, it is referred to the extract. So we don't answer the questions that have specific answers from the extract. We only answer those that has got the concepts, that have the concepts that we are learning. Which term or concept best describe the process of change as shown in photo A to B? So this one is also a concept. This one is also a concept. So what do you see here? This concept that you see here is urban renewal. This concept that you see here is urban renewal. You can see the urban area has been improved from this to that. So this is an urban renewal. So this is a concept. This is a concept which is the opposite of urban blight. Urban blight is the deterioration of buildings and infrastructure in the urban area. But urban renewal is the improvement of urban areas. And then in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain the positive impact of the process on the CBD and Johannesburg. Explain the positive impact of the process. Which process? The process of urban renewal. Where? On the CBD and Johannesburg. Now, if there is urban renewal, now you need to, in 4 facts, giving 4 facts. You must give 4 facts. Explain the positive impact of the process. Now, the urban area, what will be the positive impact of the process? And now, what I like about this question is that this question is so open-ended. It does not say specifically social or economic, which means you can give any of the answers that you can think of that are going to be positive impact for urban renewal. Now, what are we going to have? We're going to have more people and more income. We're going to have more people coming, and therefore we're going to have more income. And then when more people come, there's going to be more job opportunities. More job opportunities. And then it is going to, can also look at the social. The area becomes safer. The CBD is safer compared to what it was. You can look at another factors that you will get there. It's going to attract more tourists. That will be the positive things. There's going to be more investment. So this is not limited. So once an urban or a CBD has been, once the CBD has been renovated, once the buildings have been renovated, they are more attractive, and there is number of factors or number of benefits that the CBD will enjoy because of that improvement. Now let's look at another common examination questions could be on informal settlement. So you must be able to define what an informal settlement is. This is a concept. We can say it is a settlement that developed without the permission of the government or without the permission of the municipalities. This type of settlement developed without permission. Without permission or without authorization. This is what we call informal settlement. But again, with informal settlement, you must be careful. Don't confuse informal settlements to informal sector. They are 2 different things. We'll look at informal sector when we go to economic geography. How many shekels according to the source? So we don't need to answer this question. How many questions are because this is not a concept, it's a specific thing. And then quote evidence from the extract. Okay, we don't need to answer this question because again, these questions are based on the extract. And remember, we are preparing for a completely new examination question. We don't know what the extracts are about there. So it's going to be just a waste of time for us to go through that because after knowing how many checks, how is that going to help us? Quote evidence from the extract, how is that going to help us? Because we want to learn the concepts that we can use in our forthcoming examination. Now, explain why informal settlements are vulnerable to storms. Now, this is a concept. This is a concept which we need to know. Because this question has come in the previous examinations. Explain why informal settlements are vulnerable to storms and fires in the Western Cape. Number one, it will be because of the material that are used. It will be because of the material that are used. It's because number one of the weak material used. It will be again because of the weak material used. That is why they are vulnerable to storms. So if there is a storm or there is wind blowing or it's raining, so these material are easily destroyed and people are affected. So because of the weak material that is used, and again against fires. Why are they vulnerable to fires? Because they are mutated, because they are built closer to each other. They are built closer to each other, and again, flammable material. Flammable material. So the reason why they are vulnerable to fires is because of the proximity to each other. They are built very close to each other. Number two is because they are highly flammable. The material used is highly flammable. And again, the material that is used is very weak. So the the settlements there, they easily leak in terms of water going through, and the wind can easily blow the buildings away because of that. So these are the three factors why they are vulnerable to storms and fires: because of weak material that is used, because of the flammable material used, because the buildings are very close to each other. So once one building catches fire, then the next building will also be at now. Settlement are vulnerable, yeah, because of that. So this is the reason, because it makes them very vulnerable. And again, because they don't have roads, and therefore it's not easy for emergency services to go and assist them. So that's what makes them so vulnerable to storms and fires. Suggest a measure that the government of the Western Cape could implement to assist households in informal settlements. So it is not only in Western Cape, everywhere where we have informal settlement. What can the government do in order to assist households in informal settlements? In informal settlements, maybe they can provide material, provide stronger building material, that will not be blown by water, that is not going to have rainfall leaking into their houses. And then number one, they can provide services, provide basic services. They can also assist with skill development so that people can build their houses differently. What can they do? They can also provide land. They can provide larger land so that people don't build their houses very close to each other, so that they are not affected uh, by that fire. And they can also build they can build proper structures. They can build proper structures. Apart from giving people some land and material, they can also build proper structures for those people. So that is how the people can be assisted that are living in informal settlement. Now, what we have here is what we call models. Models. So these questions on models could come in short questions, they could come in long questions. So what we need to know is that we have models, and these models, what the models represent. What do these models represent? These models simply represent. Remember, when you're speaking of a model, you're saying it's a simplified representation of reality. A model is a simplified representation of reality. So, what do models represent? They simply represent the arrangement of land use zones. The model simply show the arrangement of land use zones. So, according to multiple nuclei, what do we learn from that? We learn that cities have got different center, have got more than one focal point. They've got more than one focal point. And then we have this other model that we call the South African apartheid city. So this model is simply influenced by apartheid spatial planning and group acts, where people were placed according to different races. So this is the long and short of this South African apartheid city. And then we have this one. Other model is called a sector model. So what does the sector model show? The sector model simply show that all of the land use zones are constructed. They are constructed in sectors. They are constructed in centers, and each sector has got access to the CBD, or all sectors are radiating from the CBD. So that is the long and short of the models. Most model questions there you will get the short questions, or it could be source based, just like all these other long questions that we looked at. So they will be source based, which means you will read from the extract and answer the questions there. Now, let's look at the internal structure of the settlements as we spoke about earlier. Now, this is what are we looking at here? This is what we call urban morphology. So this is the internal structure of the settlement. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at street patterns. Street patterns. We have two types of street patterns that we're looking at on this diagram, on this map. We're looking at the grid iron pattern, and we're looking at an irregular pattern. So this is the grid iron pattern. What you need to know about the grid iron pattern, you need to know the advantages and the disadvantages, as well as the irregular pattern. You need to know the advantages. Now, let's look at the characteristics of the grid pattern. This grid pattern. So it's on a gentle slopes. It is on a gentle slopes. How do you tell the slopes are gentle? You can see with the contour lines that are far from each other. This is usually the older part of the city. This is usually the older part of the city. How do you tell it's the older part of the city? You can see there. We have monuments there. We have monuments there. So this will be the older part of the city. Those are the characteristics. And then you must know the advantages, and you must also know the disadvantages. So what will be the advantages of this grid iron pattern? So it is easy to lay out. It is easy to build. It is easy to build the green iron pattern because it is found on a flat land. And then it is also easy for you to find your way. It is easy for you to find your way. But what will be the disadvantages? What will be the disadvantages of this pattern? The disadvantages because of the stop-go and stop-go, it wastes a lot of petrol, which becomes the economic disadvantage. And again, because of stop and go, there are high chances of accidents, high chances of accidents, and then it results in traffic congestion. It results in traffic congestion. And then now let's look at irregular pattern. Irregular pattern, what are the characteristics? It is usually found on a steeper slopes and the latest developments. It is found on the steeper slopes and the latest developments. And then what will be the characteristics there? The irregular patterns are interesting. They are not monotonous. And because there aren't so many intersections, it allows for traffic flow. And as it allows for traffic flow, it also saves traveling time. It saves traveling time. And again, it also, because there aren't many intersections, there are few chances of accidents, and it is interesting to drive on. It is interesting to drive on. It is not as monotonous. It's not as boring as the red iron pattern. So this is the application questions that you could get from your examination question. Now, let's go to our economic geography quickly, which is question 2. Economic sectors, we have 4 economic sectors. Number 1, it is primary sector, which is the extraction of raw material from nature. It is the extraction of raw material from nature. Example is farming, fishing, forestry, mining, and hunting. And then we have another sector which we call secondary sector, which is adding value to raw material, or it is simply manufacturing or building. So this is your secondary sector. And we have tertiary sector, which is provision of services. Example, distribution, selling, education, medical services, and so many. And then we have quaternary. Quaternary simply refers to specialized services which are rendered by professionals, or you can call it advanced technology, like your GIS. It is also quaternary activities. And also administration and information, like I said, GIS and research. So these are the quaternary activities. So now let's look at the primary sector. Under primary sector, we have farming and we have fishing, we have mining, we have a number of those. Let's start first with farming. Farming can be characterized by 2 types of farming: large-scale farming and small-scale farming. And like the word says, large. So large-scale farming, large land is used. And because large land is used, there is a need for large machinery that is used. And the production is also large, because you can see there's a lot of cattle there that are being taken from one place to another. And you can see we have large herds of cattle. There's a use of machinery. There's an insect pesticides that are being used here. So these are the characteristics of large scale. And then this is the type of farming that is responsible for food security. This is a type of farming that is responsible for food security in both local and national scale. At a national scale and at the local scale, large scale farming is responsible. But when you're looking at this one, it's a small scale farming, which means farming is done over a small area. And this one is only responsible for food security on a local scale. Because there is no much production, it's fewer livestock that is being kept. It's cultivation over a smaller area, and therefore this is only able to feed smaller populations, or it is only interested in servicing smaller or fewer people. So it is only in charge, or it can only serve local. It can only serve, it can not necessarily serve, but it is responsible for local food security. But this one is for national food security. And then you can see here small land and mixed. So this one has got a mixed farming, but this one is the one that we say it has got monoculture. This one has got monoculture, which means it's usually focused on one type of farming activities, either livestock farming, large livestock farming, or when they produce here, they produce only maize, or they produce sugarcane, or they focus mainly on one crop or one livestock type of livestock. But here it's a mixed farming, and it usually uses manual work. So people are using simple tools, and the machinery that is used there is usually small. Remember, they are not interested in providing or ensuring food security over a large area. So it is only local food security for fewer people. That is why even the livestock there is not as many as the livestock here. Now, let's look at these questions and try to answer them. You have to choose between option A and option B. It's a farming that produces high yields per hectare. High yields per hectare, which is going to become B. Associated with extensive farming practices, which is going to be A, because they are not using a lot of fertilizers. The land is not used intensively. The land is used loosely. There is little input into this land. There is not much use of fertilizers, so this is extensive use of land. Products for the home and export market. So it will be B for home and export market, but this one will be mainly for home market because it's done over a smaller scale. Farming described as a small scale farming. This is A. Farming associated with monoculture. So this one is A. Monoculture is B because mainly it is a specialized kind of farming. So mainly it is done for one type of crop. Farming that is capital intensive and use advanced technology, which is B. Capital intensive. It uses a lot of resources. It uses a lot of money. It uses a lot of fertilizers, and it requires high technology. So it is capital intensive. Farming that focuses on food security in a local community. This will be A. Farming that produces a low yield per hectare. This will still be A. So those are the short questions that you'll get on, that you can expect on farming. Now, here are other short questions here on secondary sector. The largest industrial region in South Africa is the PWV. The activity dominant in the Durban Pinetown industrial region, is it winemaking? Is it motor car assembly? Is it sugar refinery? This will be your sugar refinery. The physical factor influencing the location of the Durban Pinetown. So it wants the physical. So when you're talking about physical factor, we're talking about the natural factor. Is it minerals? There aren't many minerals, which means it is wrong. Is it harbor? Is harbor a natural? Is a harbor a physical factor? No, harbor is a man-made factor. It's not physical. Is it labor force? No, labor force is humans. So the physical factor there is rainfall, because we also said there is a lot of sugar refinery there. The only core industrial region that is landlocked. Landlocked means it does not have access to sea. Is it the PWV? Is it the Southwestern Cape? Southwestern Cape is not waterlocked. There is a coast there. Port Elizabeth is not landlocked. Durban is not landlocked. So the correct answer there will be A. The two types of industries associated with bulk transport. Bulk transport means heavy, the transport that transport huge and bulky goods. Is it Ubiquitous industry? Is it heavy industry? Is it light industry? Or is it the raw material orientated? So what is ubiquitous industry? The industries that are located everywhere where there is a market. So industries that are located everywhere, or the industries that cannot be separated from their immediate market. So they become ubiquitous. So we want bulk transport. So the correct one there will be heavy industry, and heavy industries need a lot of raw material. So the correct answer will be Roman figure 2 and Roman figure 4. So this is incorrect and this is incorrect. So Roman figure 2 and Roman figure 4, Roman figure 2 and Roman figure 4. So which means this answer is the most suitable answer. The core industrial region that benefits from Kinshasa Airport, is it Durban, is it Gauteng, is it Durban Pinetown, is Southwestern Cape? So the correct one there will be Durban Pinetown, because Kinshasa is in KZN. Electricity in the Gauteng province, in the Gauteng or PWV. So this region is called PWV, or it is called Gauteng. So when you get the question that say identify the industrial region, so you can call it Gauteng or you can call it PWV. So it is indicated there. The electricity in Gauteng or PWV industrial area is cheaper as it is located to coal fields. It's not located to iron ore, because iron ore is not used to make it. There is iron ore, but iron ore has nothing to do with electricity, because we don't use iron ore for electricity. And unfortunately, there is no international harbor in PWV, and raw material has nothing to do with electricity. What is important with generation of electricity is the coal fields. So this one becomes the correct one. This one incorrect, this one incorrect, this one incorrect. The hindering environmental factor for industrial development in South Africa. Environmental. So here it must be environmental. So is it labor strikes? Labor is not environmental. Is it load shedding? Load shedding is not environmental. Is it high transport cost? It is not environmental. So the only environmental factor there is pollution, which is the correct answer. Now, choose the correct weights given in brackets. Write only the weight next to the question in answer book. Now, here, which industry, light industry or heavy industry, cover large area and tend to cause more air pollution? Large area is heavy industry. A power station is an example of a market or raw material. Power station is a power station. There is no market there. So it is a raw material orientated. The location of footloose or ubiquitous industry is not determined by the location factors such as raw material, transport, and market. So the correct one there is footloose. Remember, ubiquitous industries are industries that could be located anywhere, but they cannot be separated from their immediate market. Ubiquitous industries cannot be separated from their immediate market. So this one says the industries that cannot, the location of these industries is not determined by either location factors such as raw material, transport, or market. So market is there. So ubiquitous cannot be separated from the immediate market, which means market is the influence or market influence the location there. Industry that is not influenced by anything, raw material, transport, or market. Then, light industry or heavy industries can be located around the CBD. It cannot be heavy industry because heavy industries are located far from the CBD. So this one is incorrect. The correct one is the light industry. Market or raw material orientated industries generally produce low order and perishable goods. So it will be the market orientated industries which are located closer to the market, or closer to the customers, not the raw material. Raw material are located far from the market, and they don't necessarily produce perishable goods. They don't produce perishable goods. So the raw material, so the market oriented industries will be your light industries. So there's a link between market oriented and light industries, because your market oriented are those industries that you will find closer to the customers. You'll find them closer to the customers. Those are the industries like your bakeries and as well as your dairy industries. So they are selling perishable goods, and they are also light industries. And you can also look at them as being ubiquitous because they are market orientated. Market orientated means they cannot be separated from their immediate market like your ubiquitous industries. So there will be a lot of similarities between these industries. So you will see that one industry could have characteristics of more than one. One industry could have characteristics of more than one. Like when you're looking at this industry, you said the two types of industries associated with bulk transport will be the raw material orientated and the heavy industry. So this industry will have, one industry can have characteristics of more than one industry. And now 2.2.6, bridge industry or raw material orientated. Bridge industry or raw material orientated industries are located near harbors where raw material are imported. So this is bridge industries. They are located near harbors. So another name for bridge industry is what? Is break of bulk. Is break of bulk. So those are the industries that are located near harbors. Now, let's look at our question on sugarcane. According to the infographic, how many direct jobs are created? So we said, according to the infographic, we are not going to answer that question because it is not a concept. It's a question that is going to change from one source to another. There is a general decrease in sugarcane production in South Africa. Explain at least one factor that contributes towards this decrease. So this one is a concept. This one is a concept. What does this question want? This question wants, what are the factors that hinder sugarcane farming? There is a general decrease in sugarcane production in South Africa. So, and again, what I like about this question, what I like about this question is that this question is not specific to any factor in particular, be it its environmental, social, or economic. You just want to explain at least one factor that contributes towards this decrease. Number one, we can look at the social factor. We can say there is labor unrest. You can say there is labor unrest. You can say climate change. You can say shortage of rainfall. So on this one, you can give number of factors that will affect, that will result in the, you can also talk about different factors such as availability of flat land or fertile soil. So here you can give a range. You can give factors that will hinder farming. You can give any factor that we think will hinder sugarcane farming. It cannot be economic, social, or environmental. You can give any example. Discuss why the two provinces mentioned in the infographic are favorable. So this was the factors hindering. So if you studied factors hindering sugarcane farming, you'll be able to answer this question. And now here, discuss why the two provinces mentioned in the infographic are favorable for sugarcane. So here, what do you want? You want factors that favors sugarcane farming. So number one, you look at the rainfall. High rainfall of 1,000 millimeters and above. That's number one. You're looking at sunshine. That's number two. Sugarcane requires a lot of sunshine for it to grow. You're also looking at availability of labor availability. There are people that are working on those sugarcane farms. And then another factor that is very important for sugarcane farming, we said rainfall, we said sunshine, we said availability of water. And then it requires fertile soil. It requires fertile soil. So because this is sugarcane is a perennial crop, which means it grows throughout the year. So it's going to require rainfall throughout the year. And then also it requires a lot of water. It requires a lot of water. So this will be the factors that will favor sugarcane farming. So this one is a concept. It requires factors favoring. This one is also a concept. It requires factors that are hindering sugarcane farming. Now, another question is, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain the importance of sugarcane production to the South African economy. The importance of sugarcane farming to the South African economy. So what are the importance of sugarcane farming in South African economy? Number one, what do we think of sugarcane farming? Does it create jobs? Yes, it creates jobs. Yeah. Number two, does it provide for GDP? Yes, it boosts GDP. Also, you can say it also boosts it boosts the local economies. It boosts the local economies. So when you say it boosts local economies and when you say it boosts GDP, you cannot say GDP when you're talking about local economies. You talk about GDP when you're talking about the country. So it does create that. What will be the other economic importance of sugar cane? So it provides raw material for exports. Raw material for export, and because raw material for export, now what do we gain? We gain foreign earning. We gain foreign earning as a country. So foreign earnings. So this will be your economic importance of sugarcane farming in South Africa. Now let's look at this important concept as well. It's called food security. Food insecurity. So you need to be able to define the concept food insecurity. What is food insecurity? So every time when you study food insecurity or food security, you must study it with each other. You must study food security with food insecurity and food insecurity with food security. So what is food security? When there is availability of nutritious food. Food security. Security is when there is availability of nutritious food. Nutritious food to all at all time. So not availability, should be accessibility. Food can be available, not accessible. Accessibility means that people can afford to buy that food. So it can be available but expensive. So it's going to result in food insecurity. So it must not be available, but it must be accessible. It must be afforded by all. Now the opposite of this is when there is shortage of, or when there is not, when there is no accessibility, where there's no accessibility of healthy, nutritious food to all to live healthy lifestyles, to have healthy lifestyles. So, which means here you can also add the same here. When there is accessibility of nutritious food to all at all times, to live healthy lifestyles, to live healthy. So, insecurity, there is no access to all to live a healthy lifestyle. So that is the difference between security and insecurity. Now, you are able to define that. According to the extract, how many people? You said we don't answer those questions of according to extract because we are looking at the concept. We want to answer the concepts, not the specific questions to a specific extract, because those questions will be different from time to time. So if you want that answer, you come here and you read from the extract. Suggest how the poor provision of services mentioned in the extract contribute to food insecurity. Now, here we're looking at what services here? We're looking at the basic services, including health, water, hygiene, and sanitation. How will lack of these services influence food security? So without water, it means people will not be able to do farming. Without good health, people will not be able to do their work. In an unhygienic condition, people will be sick and therefore will not be able to produce food for themselves. With poor sanitation also, there's going to be spread of diseases and people will not be able to produce food for themselves. So this one you could get from that. In a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain how the South African government can assist people facing hunger. Number one, how do we assist people facing hunger? By speed up. You can speed up land reform. The government can speed up land reform. So if the government speed up land reform, ensure that people have access to land. When people have access to land, people will be able to produce their own food. Number two is skill development. So that people are able to produce their own food. And it's the creation of job opportunities. Create job opportunities. Create job opportunities so that people are able to work and earn living and therefore buy their own food. You can also provide basic services like water for people to produce their own food. Gold mining. What is the importance of gold mining? Gold mining contributes to the GDP of South Africa. Just like all other economic sectors, they contribute to the economy of South Africa. So contribution to the GDP of South Africa, it will be gold mining, it will be farming, it will be secondary sector, tertiary sector. All economic sectors contribute to the GDP of South Africa. And source of employment in South Africa. As well, all sectors of economy are the source of employment everywhere. And then gold mining also has a multiplier effect. What is multiplier effect? It is additional economic development in response to a new expanding part of the economy. So simply, what does that mean? It means one industry leads to the growth of another industries. So that is your multiplier effect. Gold mining attracts foreign investment. Gold mining helps to earn foreign exchange. Now let's look at the gold mining. Gold mining is not all good. There are some negative impacts of gold mining to the environment. What are the negative impacts? Yeah, it destroys natural environment, and then because of that, it destroys natural habitats, and then it destroys the land. Chemicals also are going to cause water and land pollution. It results in sinkholes and power stations. They can provide carbon dioxide that is released and contribute to global warming and climate change. So, as much as gold mining is going to bring positive impacts in economic growth, it also has some negative environmental impact. Now, let's in South Africa. To which economic sector does gold mining belong? You must all be knowing that because gold mining is extraction, this will be primary sector. Name the gold mine found in the Free State that you have there. Name the gold mine in Free State that you have. You will look at the gold mine in the Free State there. It is circled down there. I said this is according to the extract, so we're not going to pay much attention to that. We're going to pay attention to the to the to the concept. According to the table, which province has the highest gold reserves? So you have to just interpret this table and see which one has got the highest number. So this will be based on the table. Quote evidence from the extract that gold mining is a backbone. So you quote from the extract here. These different extracts will have different quotations, so we're not going to pay much attention to that. Suggest two factors that resulted in the decline of gold production for the past 3 years. So this one is factors that hinders. This will be the factors that hinders gold mining. But in this case, it will be according to the extract. So it will be according to the extract. State two factors that resulted in. So what will be the factors that hinder gold mining? Number one, it will be labor unrest. Number two, what will be the factors that could contribute to the decline in gold mining? It will be fluctuating gold prices. This is going to impact on whether people are going to buy our gold or not buy our gold. If the gold is expensive, people will not want to buy it when it's expensive. They will want to buy it when it is cheaper. Explain how the decline in gold production in South Africa will negatively impact the economy. So when you're looking at the economy, you are not only looking at the economy of the country, because that question does not say the economy of South Africa. It says the economy. So number one, it will result in job losses. And if there is job losses, it means there is going to be loss of income. Loss of income is going to result in a decline in GDP. It's going to result in the decline in GDP. It's going to result in the decline of GDP. Okay, now we're looking at secondary sector, which refers to the processing of raw material into semi-finished good and finished good, or simply it is the manufacturing of goods. So I'll advise everybody to go this manufacturing of goods or processing of raw material into finished goods. So that is our secondary sector. So there are very important concepts that you need to know. Number one is GDP. What does GDP stand for? You have to know that it stands for gross domestic product. And what is GDP? It's the value of all goods and services produced in a country over a period of 1 year. And GNP is the total value of goods and services produced by the permanent citizens of a country in 1 year, which means now the permanent citizens of the country may not be working in a country. Then we have types of industries, your footloose industries. These are the industries that can locate in any place without being affected by factors such as raw material, or we have done this. And ubiquitous industries that are inseparable from the immediate market. So the difference between your footloose and your ubiquitous is that your ubiquitous cannot be separated from your immediate market. But footloose, they are not influenced by either the raw material nor the market. Then what is foreign exchange? You always say the importance of economic activity is to earn foreign exchange. What is foreign exchange? Is the money that's paid to South Africa by other countries, e.g. dollars, pounds, all currencies. Formal sector refers to all the registered businesses, and informal sector refers to all unregistered businesses. Then you have your bridge industry, industries that are located between the source of raw material and the customer. And then you have balance of trade, which is the value of export minus the value of import. And you have balance of payment, which is a financial statement showing its transaction with the entire world. So your balance of trade can either be positive or negative. Balance of trade can be negative or positive. When does the balance of trade become positive? Is when the value of exports is higher than the value of imports. Remember, imports, you are spending money because you are buying, and exports, you are gaining money because you are selling. So when you sell more than what you buy, or the value of what you sell is more than the value of what you buy, then you're going to have positive balance of trade. But when you buy more than what you sell, or when the value of what you sell is lower than the value of what you buy, which means you are going to have now a negative balance of trade, which is not good for a country. And then balance of payment, remember, it refers to all the transactions that the country makes. So it means during export, the country gets slips or receipts, and then during export and import, all those when the country puts all those documents together, it's what they have as balance of payment. All the transactions. So you take all the receipts that the country has made when they were exporting and when they were importing. We put them together, you get what we call balance of payment. Now, secondary sector, the importance there is to create employment, just like in primary sector, just like in mining, empower previously disadvantaged communities, help to increase the production of raw material, help to process raw material. So, which means now it also leads to multiplier effect. Because the secondary sector, they manufacture machinery that is used in primary sector and also in secondary sector. So it leads to the manufacturing of other products. So that is what we call multiplier effect. And then what are the factors that favor industrial development in South Africa? Availability of water, availability of labor, electricity, good transport network, and availability of market. Now, let's do a map application or map interpretation of factors that will favor industrial development. Now, what you're looking at here, you're looking at the power line. So if you get a question, say, what are the factors that favor industrial development in block C1 or whatever block? So you look at these factors that favors industrial development. So you're looking at this area here. this will be your industries. But on the map, this is going to show buildings. On the map, this will be represented as buildings. But now you're looking at the characteristics of the buildings that you're looking at. Then you can decide whether these buildings are a school like this one. You can see there's an S there indicating that it's a school also here. So this is usually this is usually the buildings that will be representing industries. So you can see here, what do we have here? We have labor. How do you see that there is labor here? You can see there is a built-up area here, which is a residential area for people. There is raw material. How do you see this raw material here? There's orchards here. There's orchard all over here. And then that is where the raw material can come from. And there is variety of transport network here. So what do you see? There's railway here. There is roads. So there's variety of transport. There is access of water. You can see there's a river there. You can see there's a dam there. So which makes now, these are the factors that favor industrial development. And now you can see this area over here. Try to check the contour lines here. So there aren't many contour lines here, indicating that this area is flat. So this is the factor that favor industrial development on this map, a gentle gradient or a flat land. And then here you have other built-up area here. It could be a town here or residential area here, which also provides a market to the industries, Now, let's look at our four core industrial regions. We have this one that we call PWV, or it is also called Gauteng. Then we have this one, Durban Pinetown. We have Durban Pinetown, and we have Nelson Mandela Bay, and then we have Southwestern Cape. But for 2025 examination, our focus is in PWV or Gauteng and Durban Pinetown. These ones, you must just know where they are located, but for details, you need to know PWV and Durban Pinetown. And what do you need to know more there? You need to know type of industries there. So in Gauteng, we have aircraft industries, we have chemical industries, we have iron and steel industries, and we have motor industries. Let's see PWV, Durban Pinetown, what we have. We have chemical industries. Also, we have chemical industries. So if you learn one industry, chemical industries, you'll be able to answer that for 2 industrial regions. Then we have oil refinery, we have sugar milling, and then we have shipbuilding industries in Durban Pinetown. And then let's move Pretoria, Witwatersrand industry or PWV or Gauteng. So what are the factors that favor industries in PWV? We have good transport network. We are well linked to other regions because PWV is very centrally located, so it is easy accessible. Then we have a large market. We have raw materials. We have skilled labor. We have power station available or electricity. We have supply of water from Tugela Val water projects. And there is many tertiary education or tertiary education institutions which ensure that there is skill development for people to work in industries and become productive. And PWV has a relatively flat land, which is very conducive for industrial development, or which is important for construction of industries. So these are the importance of that. Now, what are the factors that hinder the PWV? What are the challenges? Number one, it is over-concentration of industries. This over-concentration of industries is going to lead to pollution, is going to lead to strain on available resources, There is load shedding as well. There is a strain on transport infrastructure. There is the PWV is far from the harbors, and therefore it makes exporting of goods very expensive because you have to go. You have the goods have to travel longer distances, which is going to bring a lot of travel or transportation cost. Industries create a lot of air pollution, which is the physical factor that hinders industrial development, labor unrest. There's a safety issues there. There's power struggle between labor unions and industries. There's production decreases due to workers taking more sick leave because of pollution and other factors. Hard lockdown also impacted largely on industrial development. Some of the industries have not even recovered, even now, from the hard lockdown that was experienced in 2020 in South Africa and across the world. Now, let's quickly look at the typical examination questions that we can expect based on PWV. Mention one main industry in Gauteng industrial region. So by just looking at this, you would be able to give the industries that are found in PWV. But now, because this is a source-based question, you must refer to the extract here. Mention one main industry in Gauteng. But now this question does not say according to the extract, which means now you bring your information that you have learned, because it does not say according to the extract. Now, what problems are Gauteng likely to face because of unreliable electricity supply according to the extract? So this one is based on the extract. You just read the answers from the extract. Stick to physical natural factors that influence the location of this industrial region. So this one does not want you to quote. So it could be any other factor. So stay to physical or natural factors that influence the location of this industrial region. So you can talk about flat land. You can talk about water access. You can talk about raw materials, because the question does not say according to the extract. So you can refer to the extract. You can also bring in the knowledge that you know about factors that favor industrial development. And we say, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain why the PW Gauteng or is preferred destination for Ford Motor Company. Why is it a preferred? In a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain why the PW Gauteng Industrial is a preferred destination for Ford Motor Company international investors. So what are you going to look here? You are going to look at the factors that make it accessible, or the factors that favor industrial development here. Number one, you look at availability of labor. This place, PWV, has access to labor. You look at, again, its accessibility. It is highly accessible. What else do you look at? Because it's a preferred company for this. And then you look at the market. It has got market. And then what are you looking at? We look at the availability of raw material that makes the industries to function there. You look at the infrastructure. You look at the infrastructure that is available for transportation of goods. And then you look at the access to international market. You look at the access to international market. So these are the factors that you could look at for Gauteng as a desired or as a preferred destination for Ford Motor Company. Now, let's move to strategies for industrial development. We've been looking at the core industrial region, which is Durban Pinetown and PWV for 2025 examination. Now, let's look at what are the other strategies for industrial development that was developed by government. Number one, we have this, what we call Industrial Development Zone or IDZ. This is an industrial zone that has been identified, especially for export-driven industries. And then we have Spatial Development Initiative, which are the areas that have been identified in South Africa as having the potential for economic growth. Or you can simply say they are the they are transport and development areas along major transport routes. And then we have this concept. We have this concept of decentralization. Which simply means you have things in the center and now you're putting them away from the center. That is what decentralization is placing industries away from the center to the boundaries, or we can say periphery. So that is what industrial decentralization is. So you must be able to define these concepts, what industrial development zone is. We say we can also define it as a purpose-built industrial estate. It is a purpose-built industrial estate to support export. It is a purpose-built industrial estate to support export. And then you must be able to define this as well. Spatial Development Initiative, you say it is areas that have been identified in South Africa as having the potential for economic growth, or you can say it is the development that takes place along the main industrial regions, metropolitans. So you could say you should be able to give the characteristics of spatial development zone. So if you want to define a concept easier, you must look at, for example, let's look at this one. Let's look at this one. Let's look at the PWV. So you see, you're looking at this place, this place, this place, this place, this place. And this is an SDI. This is an SDI. So if you are to make a definition, you must give the characteristics. You must give the characteristics of this. So what do you say now? You say it is a development area, or it's a corridor which is linking these metropolitans, together. So try to find a simplified method. Try to find a simplified method instead of trying to remember the concept as you were taught in class. Think of it, put different things together. You're putting Johannesburg here, you have Middelburg, you have all those things. And then when you're looking at this, it is a corridor. It is a corridor. But what is this corridor doing? It is joining these places together. So how do you now define it? You say it's simple. It's a corridor along major transport route. So this one will be here along this transport route here, which will be your rail transport, which will be your road transport. So this is your Maputo corridor. So You can also define it as a development corridor along major transport routes, or you can complicate it and say it is a transport and communication link between major industrial areas, metropolitan. So it is very long when you use this one. I advise you not to use this one if you want to get it easier. Use your understanding of what is it doing. It is linking. It is linking what? It is linking industrial regions or industrial areas and metropolitans. And now, what are the aims of this SDIs? Is to develop existing transport infrastructure, is to create environment for private sector investment, initiate economic activities along transport corridor, improve trade, to improve international trade for export. So there are many aims that you can learn from that, or that you can give. Now, let's look at the activities that you can get from. You see now, the very same diagram for Maputo corridor. This is so predictable. So if they say identify the corridor, so it will be the same structure of the same structure or the same diagram. So you cannot miss this Maputo corridor. Let's look at what do we have there. Let's look at the questions. Let's look at the questions. Let's look at the questions. Which country is linked to South Africa by the Maputo? So now here is Maputo. So you must know where is Maputo found. Where is Maputo? In which country? So from there you'll know it is Mozambique. Which country is linked to South Africa by Maputo corridor? Number one country that you should know is it's Mozambique. But then you can come here and look at other countries in a diagram. So you can see there is Maputo there. You can see there is Swaziland there. So you can give more than one country there. What was the initial aim of launching the Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative as stated in the extract? As stated in the extract, which means you have to read the extract to get the question. Name the core industrial region that will benefit the most from the Maputo corridor. This Maputo corridor, you see, it's starting from Johannesburg and it's going through like that. So, which means here it will be the Gauteng industrial region. How will the Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative create business opportunities for underdeveloped communities along the corridor? How will the Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative create business opportunities for underdeveloped communities? So what will happen there is going to result in infrastructure development. So with infrastructure development, that's number one. That's what we're going to get. Is going to increase accessibility. Is going to increase accessibility of this area. How will the Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative create business opportunities for underdeveloped communities along the corridors? There's going to be infrastructure development. There's going to be an increase in accessibility of this area. Is going to create job opportunities because there's going to be development of hotels, motels. It will encourage the people that are doing craft. People, when people are passing, they can buy the products there. So it will support the communities. It will support communities because it's going to stimulate. It's going to stimulate tourism. It is going to stimulate tourism. And tourists will be passing the place and will be buying. Now, say in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain how the upgrading of the different types of infrastructure positively impacts on trade for the core industrial region. They say answer to question 2.4.3. Name the core industrial region. So what must you do? You must explain how the upgrading of the different types of infrastructure positively impacts on trade for the core industrial region, which is the PWV. So now, what are we looking at here? We're looking at what? Upgrading of the different types of infrastructure. So you're looking at what infrastructure? Number one, you're looking at the road infrastructure. How will road infrastructure impact on trade for the core industrial region? So it's going to increase accessibility. It's going to increase accessibility. Road infrastructure so there's going to be educational institutions. There's going to be educational institutions. How will educational institution assist there? There's going to be skills. What else is going to develop there? There's going to be electricity. How will electricity assist? Electricity is going to help with production. What else is going to, because we're talking about what? Infrastructure. So the infrastructure, upgrading of different types of infrastructure. So we have water infrastructure. How will water infrastructure assist there? It is also going to assist in production. Remember now, when you're looking at the Maputo corridor, you're not only looking at one type of activity. There are agricultural activities taking place along Maputo corridor, which means water availability will increase, will then increase on farming productivity. Electricity will help with industrial production. Educational institution will provide skills that are needed for electricity production, for water maintenance, and cleaning, for manufacturing in general. So road infrastructure for accessibility. And then what other infrastructure can you look at? There's going to be the development of hotels, because that's another things that are going to develop there. So if you have hotels, what is hotels going to do? There's going to be tourism. It's going to improve tourism. So there is number of infrastructure that you can talk about here. There's a lot of infrastructure that you can talk about here that will improve or that will help to develop the core industrial region. So you just think of any infrastructure that we have. Apart from that, there's going to be telecommunication that's going to improve. So telecommunication is going to improve the communication and therefore improve the production and the development. We can also talk about technology. Technology is also going to improve. And then when technology improves, it means, so there's going to be technology as well. So there is a lot of infrastructure that is going to develop there. Now, let's look at the dubious trade port. You need to look at the factors that favor dubious trade port. This trade port is hugely effective infrastructure, and it has seamless service provision and available incentive, which gives business a competitive edge. So businesses will be subsidized. There is airport there. There are 2 seaports there. There is major freight corridors between Gauteng and the Durban and Richards Bay. And then there is bouquet services that are available there. There's government support. So these are the factors that are going to favor industrial development in this Dubai trade port. And then what are the challenges there? Is cash flow. There isn't enough money. And then IDZ can only suitable in a few regions. So it is over a small scale. So it hinders development because of a small scale. And you know, small scale means that there's going to be less money. The factors that are going to hinder Dubai trade port, the nature of support IDZ receive in the past, which has seen the government putting emphasis on infrastructure while ignoring other critical support areas. So it takes all the money, and therefore other developments are being ignored. Poor planning is another problem. Lack of skilled labor is another problem. Now, let's try to answer these few questions. Define the concept industrial development zone. We have already looked at what is the industrial development zone. We said it is a purpose-built industrial estate to support exports. And then according to the extract, name one company that invested in Dubai trade port. It's fine. You are not going to get this extract anymore. So you need to look at the concept. How does the foreign investment increase the Dubai trade port contribution to the gross domestic product of South Africa? How does the foreign investment increase the Dubai? So it results in more income. How does the foreign investment increase the Dubai trade port contribution to the gross domestic product? How does it help? There is more income made by Dubai trade port. It increases the job opportunities, or it creates job opportunities. In what way does the creation of jobs by the Dubai trade port impact positively on the people of KZN? So improve quality of life, reduces poverty, it improves quality of life, it reduces poverty. Discuss 3 factors that influence the development of the Dubai trade port. Just like we spoke about here, the factors that will favor the development of Dubai trade port. So 3 factors that influence the development of the Dubai trade port. Discuss 3 factors that influence the development of Dubai trade port. So you choose which one you want. Dubai trade port has huge, effective infrastructure that leads to the growth of the Dubai trade port. Number 2, choose the shorter ones. You can say the 2 seaports ensures that there is enough export and import of goods there. Then we choose another short one. There is a government support which provides money, or we provide incentives for the industries in the area. So just choose any 3 short ones that you can get there. Now, let's quickly go to informal sector. What you should know, you should be able to define an informal sector. What is an informal sector? What is an informal sector? It simply refers to all unregistered businesses. Informal sector refers to all unregistered businesses. According to the graph, what percentage of South Africa's population is classified as the informal sector? So according to the graph, this is what you do. You look at the percentages that are given there. Give economic reasons that have led to such a large informal sector. So this one is a concept. This one is a concept. You need to know, why do we have high informal sector in South Africa? Number one is because of unemployment. There is high level of unemployment in South Africa. Number two, there is retrenchment of people that were working. Number three is because of high level of rural-urban migration. Rural-urban migration. And then lack of qualifications. Lack of qualifications. These are some of the factors that will lead to a high involvement in informal sector. Now, explain the economic importance of the informal sector. Economic importance. Create jobs. That's number one. People save money because products are cheaper. So these are the economic importance. These are economic importance. So it creates jobs. It reduces poverty. Okay. Then we have, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, suggest strategies that could be implemented to improve the sector. What can be done to improve the sector? Let's quickly go to what can be done to improve the sector. Number one, you can provide the traders with infrastructure. You can do skill development for informal traders. You can make partnership with the formal sector. You can regulate but not register. You can regulate the sector. You can provide loans and subsidies for informal sector. And this is the last topic that I wanted to talk about, which is support, which is informal sector. And I want to wish you well in your last paper of your 2025 examination when it comes to geography. This is your last paper. Have enough study and make sure that you sleep early and have enough rest. And I say good luck for your examinations.
We have done a lot of content on paper 2, which is settlement and geomorphology, and therefore, which is settlement and economic geography, and therefore, this time around, I want us to do some little bit of map work. That's why I emphasize that we need to do this map work today. All right. So before we start with the map work section, I want to remind you that don't forget this is paper 2, and don't forget the areas of concentration that we are supposed to focus on. Remember, it's PWV and Durban Pine Town, which is the core industrial regions that are going to focus that we are going to focus on this term or this year. Then we look at the SDI, which is Maputo, the Dube Port, which is IDZ. Then we shall also have to focus on sugar, as well as, which is sugar plantation in KZN, as well as gold mining. All right. So in that sense, I want us to start with our map work for this time, and I've selected a few past papers that we are going to deal with, I as well have the maps with me, so I'll be projecting the maps. If probably you need to have a ruler, a pencil, and a protractor. And if you have any question, please don't hesitate to ask, so that I can be in position to assist you where necessary. Okay. Please prepare. Be with a pen, be with a pencil, and be with a calculator, so that if I say calculate for me this, I don't want you to say you don't know what I'm talking about, because you'll be having the calculator with you. All right, let us start with this question. The question, the map that we are going to deal with is Odendalas. And that map, we have this content here. I want you to take just a few seconds while you are reading that content with me. Okay. It says coordinates 27 degrees 52 minutes south, 26 degrees 41 minutes east. Those are the coordinates for the area. Odendalas is the oldest gold mining town in the gold fields of Free State in South Africa. Okay. The town was once just a variety of farms with one central church. However, when gold deposits were found in 1946, the area earned its place on the map, attracting a number of settlers who wanted to be part of the gold rush. This is where the richest gold field in the world was discovered. So basically, we get that content. You might find some questions that will require you to come back to this extract, and then we'll refer to it. All right, I hope you're with me, and I hope I'm very clear. Okay, we quickly go to the questions. I will open the map and we'll look at the question. We are going to start with the map skills and calculations. They say refer to the topographic maps. So learners, before you start even looking at the questions that are asked, you start by looking at the kind of map that is asked you to refer to. Since the question is asking to say refer to the topographic map, we quickly rush and look at the topographic map. So here are the two maps that we are supposed to use. The topographic map is here. This is the topographic map, and this is the orthophoto map. So by looking at this topographic map, we get the question. The question says refer to the topographic map. All right, and it says when calculating an area on the map, the scale is used to be. When calculating an area on the map, the scale is used to, number one, represent the area on the topographic map, calculate the area in reality, represent the area on the orthophoto map, calculate the height of the area, the reality area. But remember, the question says we are using the topographic map. So in this sense, we have to first of all eliminate what is not needed. So basically, C is out because it is talking about the orthophoto map. So we are when calculating an area on the map, the scale is used to represent the area on the topographic map, calculate the area in reality. So when you look at this, represent the area, it is the right answer, because calculating the area, it's not its only use only. It is one of the subsidiary uses of the scale. Representing the area on the orthophoto map. So this is basically looking at the orthophoto map only. So that one is out. Calculating the height, we can also use it, but it is not for calculating the height. So the right answer there is A. Okay. We go to the next question. The next question says 3.12. It says calculate the area which is demarcated in red or black on the topographic map. Let us see the topographic map. We come here. When you look at this topographic map, which one is demarcated in red? The area that is demarcated in red is this section here. Okay? Is this section here. So when they say calculate the area, what do we do? Let's go back to the question quickly. The question says calculate the area demarcated in red. Okay? Calculate the area demarcated in red. on the topographic map in kilometers. They want the answer in kilometers. Okay? So because they want the answer in kilometers, what do? We quickly measure our distance, okay? And we convert it the way they want it to be converted, okay? So they said the length is already measured 3.7. We come here, meaning that we have this part here, we have this part here. The longest part will always be the length, and the shortest part will always be the breadth. So what do? We come here and we measure. You get your ruler, you measure from here to here. But according to the question, they said the length is already given. So since the length is already given, we are just going to calculate what is not given. Okay? We're just going to calculate what is not given. So the length is there. So what do we need to look for? We need to look for the breadth. Okay? So on calculating this area, we shall get the breadth. All right? We shall get the breadth, and let's see. So from here to here, they said 3.5. So from here to here, we shall measure with a ruler. I might not have a ruler with me here to measure this distance, but I'm going to take the assumption that here is 3.5 centimeters. Okay, so I'm going to use a blank page here, and when I use a blank page here, you say calculate the area. So our area is like this. So if this is according to the question, if this is quickly, I'll check here. If they say the length is given 3.7, what will be the breadth? Let's quickly go to the map. So if the length is given, the longest part is given 3.7. So we're going to say here, okay, so this part here is 3.7 centimeters. So we need to measure this from here to here. Let's take an example. Let's say this one is 3.5 after measuring. So please, learners, don't forget that we have to measure that distance. We come to the formula. The formula is L times B. So L times B, what is the value for L? The value for L is 3.7 centimeters. Okay, and the value for B is also 3.5 centimeters. But here we have to multiply by the scale, and here we also have to multiply by the scale. Since the question says calculate the area demarcated in red on which map? Topographic. So please, learners, don't forget this topographic, and they want the answer in kilometers squared. So what do? We come here, we say, you remember this box. If it is a topographic map, we say, if they want the answer in kilometers, what do we use? 0.5 kilometers. If they want the answer in meters, we use 500. If it's orthophoto map, it is 0.1. This is kilometers, and this is 100. Okay, so we come here. So we say 3.7 centimeters. We multiply it by 0.5. Okay, then we come here, 3.5 centimeters. We multiply it by what? By also 0.5. Why 0.5? Because they want the answer in what? They want the answer in kilometers. I hope we're together, guys. If you have any question, you can just share it in a comment. So 3.7 times 0.5, what do you get? Here, you are getting 1.85. This is kilometers. Times, okay? So we say 3.5 times 0.5. What do you get? Here is 1.7 kilometers, so that we can get kilometers squared when you multiply kilometer by kilometers. So it's going to be that one times 1.85. Okay, and what is the answer that you are getting? You're getting 3.2375. Okay, and that becomes our answer. Remember, it's a 4 marks question, therefore you have to look at it nicely, and you'll be in position to answer it. I hope we understand each other, guys. If there is any question, please ask, tell me before I proceed. Okay. Okay. We go back to the question because they wanted the answer in what? In kilometers. So we're done with that. We go to 3.12. Okay. They say the true bearing from the trig station, this one, trig station, trigonometrical station 286, that is F in block B4, to the spot height 1357 G in block C5 is this. Okay, the true bearing of this to this is this. What is the question here? Okay, so they want you to choose between this and this one. Which one is right? Let us, when you're looking at true bearing, remember we didn't see even true bearing in paper 1, so you can get it in paper 2. And we also didn't see area in paper 1, so you're likely to get it in paper 2. So please take note of that. So the key aspect here is from. So what is the starting point? The starting point is 286 in block B4. We come to the map here. I don't know if you can see B4. So from here, from F, which is here, to what? To spot height in C5. The spot height in C5. C1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this could be our spot height. So we are starting from where? From here to here. So what do we do, learners? I told you we first of all join these two places with what? With a straight line. So what you do, you draw a straight line joining those two places. So since they tell us to start from here, you come here and then you draw your true north line. All right, this becomes true north. So we are moving clockwise from the true north to this line that is joining the two places. If you look at this line, it is not even jumping this 180 line, because from here to this line here is 180. So we are looking for the true bearing from here to this line. So the answer definitely is supposed to be less than 180. So let's go to the options given to us. There is this option, there is this option. So which one do you think is right? Definitely the answer is below 180. So the best option is 161 degrees. So that is the right answer according to this question. I hope you understand that. So what you must understand that when you're looking at true bearing, we first of all join the two places, but the key aspect you're looking for is from in the question. From gives us the starting point. So you draw lines joining those two places, and when you draw the line joining the two places, then you will know that, okay, if this is the line joining the two places, then where is the starting point? The starting point, that is where you draw your true north line. So after drawing your true north line, then you are in position to determine your true bearing. Okay, next question. The next question, also we did not see this in paper 1. I didn't see the calculation of the magnetic declination in paper 1. So you can see it in paper 2. So please be prepared for that. Okay. They say calculate the magnetic declination. We come here. They say calculate the magnetic declination for Odendelas from for 2023. For which year? 2023. Because this paper was in 2023. You never know. This time around, they might ask you to calculate the magnetic declination, but for 2025. The only thing that might change is this. Use the information given below. So this time around, they do not want you to go to the map. You remember? If you remember, I told you that we use this information here. All right? But this time around, we are not going to use this information because the information they want us to use is given here. So the difference in years is already calculated. Okay, the mean annual change is already calculated. So what are we calculating? We are calculating the total change. The total change will be this one. Okay, total change is going to be it's going to be this times this. So it's going to be 3 years times 10 minutes. What are you getting? Here we get 30 sorry. Here we get 30 minutes. Okay, sorry for that. Here we get 30 minutes. All right, so the magnetic declination for 2023. So we go to the map and check what was the magnetic declination for that year when this map was extracted. Let us go back to the map. We check here. It is 21 degrees. I don't know if guys it's clear for you there, but I'm trying to read what is here. It is 21 minutes. I don't know, maybe it is 21 degrees 00 minutes. So if that is the case, well, then we come here. Okay, so the one for the year, for the one for the time when the map was created was 21 degrees 00 minutes west of true north. What do we do? Here we just add the change that we got, the total change from the 2021 period to the present year. By according to this map, the present year is this, but when you are doing your exams, it might be 2025. It will be 2025 if they give you the question like this. So we add here. Please take note of this, learners. We add this the way it is. 00 plus 30, so you get 30 minutes, and here you just write 21. If you're good at forgetting, you can use your calculator and get the answer right. Okay, so that is all that you needed to do. Okay, and then the next question says, use the answer in 3.1 and 3.14 to calculate the magnetic bearing for 2023. So that means they want us to calculate the MB. MB, the formula is down here, which is the TB plus the MD. What is TB? TB is this answer you got here, which is 161 degrees, plus this answer you got in 1.4, which is 21 degrees 30 minutes. So these are degrees, they go with degrees. So 21 plus 161, you get 182 degrees. How many minutes? The minutes remain 30 minutes. And then you go on. So please don't forget here to put the units west of true north, because if you forget it, sometimes they don't mark it. And another thing is that you see there are 3 marks. Ask your question, where are the 3 marks? Yourself a question, where are the 3 marks coming from? Just writing 3 times 10, you get this, and you add? No. So the mark is going to be given for this, the mark will be given for the plus sign, and the mark will be given for a final answer. Meaning to say, please don't forget to plus here. So why I'm telling you this is because here they say the west of true north. If we are moving west, we add. Please don't forget, if we move east, we subtract. Okay, I hope that is very clear. We move on to the next question. It's now interpretation, right? So how do we apply the interpretation in this sense? We shall be using the map. You will excuse me because the map is not so clear because it has been scanned. So some of the things that we might want might not be clear, but I will try to explain what you can use in that sense. So it says, refer to Pakistan motor race track, which is H in block B3. Let me see if it is visible. B3, H is here. So that means this is the track race. When you talk about the track race, guys, you understand that that is the area where they race cars. Okay. On the topographic map, in which land use zone is this located? So please, learners, understand. Here, when you look at the map, you can even locate where it is. However, this is a trick for you to remember that the following are located in the following land use zone. Okay, number 1. Actually, the answer here is rural, urban, fringe. Why? It's because there is enough space, there are fewer people there, and so on and so forth. But the following are the indicators if you were to find out where the rural urban fringe is found. Number one, these are the indicators. If you see a golf course, that means that is where we see the rural urban fringe. If you see the shooting range, that is where we see the urban fringe. If you see the runway or the air, the runway or the runway, or we can call it the landing site, or that can only be found in that, okay, in that region. Then the shooting range, the golf course, the runway, okay. And now here we can talk about the track racing. All those regions are found in those areas, okay. Why? Because there's enough space that can be used, and they are not that place is not having a lot of people. Remember, when they talk about land use, we are referring to what is the land used for. Remember, under settlement, you know the land use we're referring to, the CBD, okay. We have the rural urban fringe, the residential area, all right, residential area, the industrial zone, which industry we note is basically the heavy and light industry. But when you say industrial zone, you are basically looking at areas designated for heavy industries, the outskirts of the city, close to the close to the main transport route, near the water sources. Why? Because heavy industries make a lot of noise. Residential area is basically where do people stay, residents. And remember, this is categorized into three. There is the high income, there is the low income, which are the informal sectors, and there is also what we call the middle income. Middle income, we are referring to those 2-3 bedroom houses. Low income, we are referring to the informal settlement, and high income, we are referring to those areas like the mansions, say the Santon area, for high income earners, those people who get a lot of money. So rural urban fringe is when you are moving from the urban areas to the rural areas, okay. Then we have the CBD, then we have the industrial zone, then we have the OBD, we'll call it the commercial land use, okay, that are basically used for commercial businesses and all that, okay, and so on and so forth, plus others, but you will look at them when you look at paper 2. How does the location of the racetrack reduce the possibility of environmental injustice for the residents of this area? How does the location of the racetrack reduce the possibility of environmental injustice? Like, we're looking at the racetrack, how could it be reducing the environmental injustices? In this sense, we are trying to say, when you talk about the environment, you're seeing at what are the aspects that we're supposed to look at when we say environmental injustices. When we talk about environmental injustices, we are basically looking at how the environment will be unfairly used. Maybe that area would be left redundant, and how it is put into use, okay? It will be put into use, using it for the racing and so on, the racetrack, okay? Yeah, so let's move on. The next question say refer to the topographic map and the orthophoto map. So this question is now combining the two areas, okay? The question is combining the two areas of interest. So we are looking at the topographic map as well as the orthophoto map. So our focus is going to be on those two areas. So you will find out that in one way or the other, you're going to combine, okay? You're going to combine the two maps, okay? So that you are in position to understand, to apply, to be in position to use both the maps in order for us to answer this question. So when it comes to this, I'm going to ask you learners, you normally have to integrate both maps. Remember, the orthophoto map is coming from the topographic map. In that area that it is demarcated in red, look here, this is where the orthophoto map is coming from. So we are going to combine both the maps so that we can be in position to answer the question. You will excuse me where you feel you cannot see properly because the map has been scanned many times for it to be in position to be online. Okay. Let us see the questions that are asked to us and then we answer them properly. Refer to the topographic map and orthophoto map. The first question is: the main activity at 6 on the orthophoto map is mining or quarrying. We come to this where 6 is here. I'm not sure if you can see, guys. I'll try my best to make sure that you see, but I don't know if when I zoom it up out, then you can see. You tell me, you can tell me if you can't see, but if you can see, then it is okay. So we are looking at this area. This area is this part here. Let us put it together. This corner here is this corner here. This corner here is this corner here. This road here is this road here. You can see it comes like this, it branches, it goes that side. You see, it comes this side, then coming down here, this one goes this side, which is R31, and I probably know that this is the R31 here. Okay, this one. Okay, then that road goes down R30. So the road, this road here is basically R30, this one that comes through, but we are focusing on this part here. So this corner here is this corner here. Okay, so you can see that is what we mean by integrating the map. Okay, and then based on the question that is asked here, we are using both maps and we want to understand what is the main activity taking place here based on what you see. What do you see this activity could be? Do you think you can identify the activity? If you can't, then we can also look at this. This can help us to also understand sometimes. That is if the questions are provided or some of the activities are provided. But based on this, it's basically mining of gold in the town. So I would conclude my answer to say that the main activity taking place there could be the mining, not necessarily the quarrying. I don't know if you know the difference between the two. Mining is basically the extraction of minerals from nature. Quarrying is the breaking of stones for some other use. So the main activity there could be mining. Okay. What evidence is there? The evidence that is there, let us look at the evidence. When you look at this, this looks like a minefield, okay, in form of pixels, which is now image. So here we look at pixels, image. For example, an orthophoto map is an example of raster data. Then we have vector data. What is vector data? Vector data is data in form of points, lines, and polygons. For example, spot height is a point. A road and a river is a line. Then a dam is a polygon. It forms a shape. So a dam, a river, a road, a spot height is an example of what? Of vector data, but in different portions. A point, spot height. A river is an example of a line. A dam is an example of a polygon. So it is categorized all under vector data. So looking at this, I think, like learners, you can identify even the answer, because J is pointing at the line, this line, and this line has got coordinates. Therefore, the answer is what? Is spatial data. Okay, so here the answer is spatial data. Okay, we go on. Give the spatial data of J in degrees and minutes. These people were they just wanted you to get the answers for free. So what do we do here? You just write these coordinates and you write these coordinates. Remember, what do we start with? We start with a latitude and then we go to longitude. Remember, latitude is drawn horizontally, longitude is drawn vertically. So which one is horizontal? This one. So please, learners, don't forget, you will have to start with this. If you start with this, it won't be right because it is not in the proper sequence geographically. So what do we write? We write 27 degrees, okay, 53 minutes, right? And then we go on, but remember that one is the latitude, which we have to put S there. Then we go on, the next one is what? 26 degrees, how many minutes? 42 minutes. This is E, and those are 2 marks. Okay, so you see how geography is easy. For the love of geography, please make sure you understand these things. Okay, part C. Part C, it says, how does reference information X, where is X? This one here. How does reference information X assist in identifying the attribute data of the road in extract Y? How does this one assist to identify the reference information of the road? When you look at this, look at this. At X, we have the national route. How do we see the national route? If you see it in this color, and there should be N, it is not existing here. All right, arterial route, it is this color with R there. The R is there. Can you see that? So how does it assist? It only assists you to tell or to say that this type of a road is maybe a national road or an arterial road. So it assists to tell whether it is a national road or arterial road. In other words, it assists to tell which type of road is it. That's all. It assists us to tell which type of road is it. Is it a national road? Is it a main road? Is it an arterial road? Like that. So you can only tell the type of the road by looking at the key to identify that this road that looks like this, that has this color, is this kind of a road. Okay, it's this kind of a road. All right. We go on. Spatial resolution or remote sensing is used to collect information from a distance. I think learners, you must be knowing these definitions by now. Spatial resolution, we are looking at the electromagnetic spectrum, spatial resolution. Then we look at the remote sensing. Remote sensing is the only answer that is right. What is remote sensing? Remote sensing is the acquisition of geographical data about the Earth's surface without being in contact with it or from a distance. So the answer here is remote sensing. When you talk about spatial resolution, we are referring to how you can identify the primary colors, the secondary colors on the road, on the map. Remember, we can look at it to say red is primary, white is secondary, like that. So that is what's the use of spatial resolution. We go to the last question. The last question in this paper is, what is the advantage of collecting information from a distance for the activity at 6 on the orthophoto map? We'll go to the orthophoto map. 6 is here, which we all know. We have identified the 6 as what? As mining. All right? The 6, in other words, the activity at 6 is what? Is mining. If you know that it is mining, now let us look at it. What is the advantage of collecting information from a distance for the activity identified in 6? If it's mining, what do we know about mining? Remember, mining is the extraction of minerals from the Earth's surface. Maybe the minerals are dangerous. So if the minerals are dangerous or they can cause smoke, remember those people who, minerals can cause you, when they blast a rock, you can inhale the dust and you get sick. So when you collect information from a distance, it is good because you will be safe. Okay, so it is safer. You are not going to be there, so there is no way you're going to be affected by the dust. Neither the rocks can affect you, or when it collapses, it can't affect you. So you'll be safe because information is collected from a distance. All right, you won't be there physically. All right. Number 2 is if you collect information from a distance, it does not require you to be going there timelessly, go and check what's happening. No, you are just somewhere, you set your satellites or you use your cameras on the plane or somewhere, and they give you information about a place. So that means it is you can get regular updates. You can get timelessly update. Timelessly updates. So every time you will get updates because you're not going to be there. Imagine, let me take an example that the mine is in Florida and you are staying in Johannesburg CBD. Will you be in position to travel? How many minutes you are going to take from there to travel and come take information about the area and go back? But if you just set your camera somewhere or your satellite somewhere, you can get updates on what is happening in that mine timelessly without going there. Okay, so in another sense, it saves time. Okay, it saves time. It saves time. So it is advantageous because it saves time. Okay, another way is that it is cheap. You see the advantages. It is cheap, but they only want one reason. It is cheap. Okay, it saves time. It is cheap. You don't need to waste time to travel. I want you to remember that gone are the days when our parents send us to go somewhere, they will send you walk a distance to take the information. Because these days you have got phones, you have got internet, you can get information about any country from miles and miles away without being there. So it is important. It saves time, you understand, and it is cheaper. It is easy. You can collect the data so easily, and you can even get accurate information about the area. Okay, you can get accurate information. You can acquire accurate information about the area. I hope that is very clear, my students. Okay, I'm sorry for the maps that they are not so clear, but I'll try my best. Okay, like I said, today's focus is only on map work, and I want to look at another question. And then when you look at another question, this is going to assist us to see a variety of questions and how they are set. Okay. All right, let's look at this map, this question. This is about George, okay? And remember I told you that I'm only extracting questions, I'm only dealing with questions and different calculations, and I'm targeting a few fields that were not talked about in paper 1, such that if you get it there, you will be in position to answer it. I'm not saying that what was examined in paper 1 cannot be examined in paper 2. They can still bring average gradient in paper 2. Do you understand? And they ask you on how traffic can be controlled. But remember, traffic congestion is the question that is part of what? That is part of paper 2. So anything can come, but I'm trying to see what was not looked at there. Let us look at George. But remember, before you look at George, you need to know the information there. George is ideally located between Cape Town and Rebecca, Port Elizabeth, with a beautiful natural surroundings and a temperate climate, a low crime rate, and a national airport are among the many reasons the town has seen significant growth over the past 2 decades. It is a popular tourist destination because of the nature walks, bird watching, hiking, canoeing, mountain biking, and horse riding, which are all within the close proximity to the town. All right. That is the information that is given to us. All right. Then we go look at the questions that are provided. Okay. The questions that are provided to us are the following. Look here. They say refer to which map? This is very important. So when you are answering the questions related to map work, please first highlight the map that they are referring us to. We go to this and we look at George. George is here. Okay. I have this map here and I have this map here. This time around, the question wants us to focus on the orthophoto. Look at the question, the orthophoto map. All right. And since they want us to look at the orthophoto map, we shall look at it. There's no stress. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no Satan in looking at it. Don't rush, my people. Don't rush. Take your time. If you don't take your time and you rush, this is your last race that you are running. So I don't want you to finish in a bad way. Finish strong. And I believe all learners can finish strong. Okay, let us look at the first question. They say the height of the height at 6 in block C1 is dash in meters. 6. We go to the map. 6 is here. 6 is pointing exactly at this contour line here. This contour line here. You see this contour line that is passing. But let us now, first of all, identify these contour lines that are there. Okay? We have this contour line here. We have this contour line here. We have this contour line here. When you look at the pattern of the contour line, here they are increasing, going this way. That means going outwards. It should be decreasing altogether. So if it is decreasing, what is the range we have there? I'm trying to see. There's 100 here. Let me first see the interval of it is 5, no? Okay, if it's 5 and this one is 100. So what shall we have? 5. Okay. This one looks like 100. So that means going outwards here, we are going to be deducting. So this is how we are going to move, deducting going downwards, because it looks like here it's getting into the center. But when you look at the nature of, is it decreasing or decreasing? Is it decreasing or increasing? Look at that. Let us first of all look at the options given to us. Okay. Kids, I can't see clearly the contour lines here. I can't see the readings properly. But it looks like these contour lines are increasing, coming this other side. That's how it looks like. So you can just add 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and then you'll find the answer for this. However, if you are in an exam and you look at this, you'll see the numbers here. All what I want you to identify is that which one is the center. So if you get to understand that the readings here are higher, from here you will know that coming this way you'll add, going down you'll minus. What are we minusing? We are minusing the contour interval, because the contour interval is given here. So I can't see it clearly, but I would wish to give you the right answer. But because I can't see it, this looks like 100. It looks like it is increasing. This looks like 180. And therefore, this is when you minus here, because this one looks like 180. So when we are minus 5, because we are going outwards, it becomes 175. So that is how I see it. I'm not so sure of this one, because the answers are not clear. However, if this is 180, this one here, and this is 175, that means 180 plus 5 is 185 plus 5 here is 190 plus 5 here is 195 plus now this one is 200. Actually, this looks like a 200, not 100. So this looks like a 200. So meaning that here you are going up, so you add, what do you add? 5 on each contour when you are coming this way. If you are coming down this way, you minus 5. Okay? So meaning that if this is 200, then this one is 5. This one is 5. This one is 5. This one is 5. Meaning that 200 minus 5, this is 195, 180, 185. Sorry, this is 200, 195, 190, 185, 180. And that means this one here, which is 6, that comes like this, which is this one, it becomes 175. So if you check here, the option that I will take is 175. How do you get 175? You look at the contour lines here. It looks, when you look at this contour, it looks like it is not having a reading. But on a map, there is no contour without a reading. So you have to look at the shape, you look at the surrounding areas, and then you can depict the number of that contour line. So I feel this is the right answer based on how I look at it. If the other one that I'm seeing is 200. Okay. We got the next one. The next one is what? Calculate the average gradient from 7 in block D1 to 8 in A4 on which map? Orthophoto map. You come to this area, still we are using the same map, I will first of all take this one out. That let me delete this. Okay. They want between 7 here and what? Let me check the question quickly. Between 7 and 8. So 7 is in D4, 8 is in F4. In D4 and F4. This is D. This is F4. This is D4. So it's this one here and F4. You go up there. F4. 8 is here. Okay, so those are the two places that we are supposed to do what? We're supposed to use. And what are they asking us? They are asking us to calculate the average gradient. They have given us the formula. The good thing, because we cannot see properly, they have assisted us. They gave us the what? The distance. So they said the measured distance between 7 and 8 is 10, this one. So they have given us the distance, which is the HE. The measured distance the same as HE. So HE is 10,3 centimeters, but they haven't given us the height. So let us look for the height. We go quickly here. I will first of all take this out. Okay. And then we look for the height for that place and the height for the other one. Let me also take this one out. Okay. So we have this place and we have the other one. Okay. So the height of this place here is 209. I don't know if you can see. And the height for this one is 204. So we come here. So we have 209 and 204. Which one is big? This one is bigger. So it's going to be VI is going to be 209 meters minus 204 meters. What is the answer here? Is 5 meters. So the difference between the two heights above the sea level is 5 meters. But the distance between those two places which they have measured for us is 10,3. However, when you check here, this is in meters, this is in what? This one is in centimeters. So we must change this to look like that. What do? We multiply by 100. So it becomes 103, okay, 0 meters. Meaning to say, I have this and I have this as well. So what do? We put it in the formula. It becomes 5 meters over 103 meters. All right, 5 meters and 103 meters. So what do? We divide by the smallest because the answer must be in the ratio. So we divide by the smallest, which is 5, and we also divide by 5. 5 into this is 1 over 5 into this is somewhere around, let me put it on my calculator here. It's 206. So it is 206. So we have 1 over 206, but this is a fraction. What do? We write it in a ratio. It becomes 21 to 206. So that one becomes our average gradient. Okay. Please don't forget, learners, when you reach here, you must divide by the smallest so that you get the answer in ratio. And don't forget here, you multiply by 100. Why? Because the map we are using here is orthophoto, and we agreed that if it is orthophoto and they want the answer in meters, we use 100. If they want the answer in kilometers, we use what? 0,1. So we are using this to change it to meters so that this one, centimeters, looks like this one here. The same way, if it's topographic, we use 500 and 0,5. But because it is gradient, we multiply by 500 such that this answer here will look like the other one, and then the other aspects are the same. Those are the 4 marks. Okay. I hope we are together in that sense. We got the next one. They say complete the grid reference of the trigonometrical station 114 in block A5. On which map? Topographic. This is the key aspect here. We go to the map, we look for 114. 114 is A5. We come here, 114 is A5. A5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be here. However, my map is not clear. My map is not clear at all. However, this is what I'm going to do. Okay, I will try to see that. I'll show you how it is done, though it's not clear. Let me just take an example. It is here. I'm just using an example. I'm just imagining, because F5 is this one. So what do? We take this number here. Okay, so that number there is okay, hold on for me. It is 33. And what is the starting minute? The starting minute is what? The starting minute is 50 what? It looks like a 51. Guys, it's not clear. This map is not clear. This map is not clear. I really can't assist, but I will try to do it if I find it on another map. Probably if I can use this map here, but the maps are not the same, so it might not give us a clear information that we want, but we shall check if we shall find it in another question. Okay, so that I can be in a position to assist you with that. However, here I cannot see. I can't see, sorry. But all what you need to do is to find the minutes. We count based on the minutes that you see. Okay, take an example. If we were to use this map here, okay, if we were to use this map here and the features here, you see this one is what? 2901. So you would count, that means this is 01. Okay, that means this one will be 02, this one will be 03, like that. But because we cannot see, I don't want to lie to you that I can see anything. We would count, we start with this one going down. So we take this and the minute that we see here, because it is in the first block. Then we count this one and we start from the minute that you see here. If you check on your map, when it is very clear, you will see that this one is this minute here. So you just count starting from this one and you count like that until you reach the end. Okay, but let me leave that question because that one wasn't clear for me. We go to the next thing. You see here the asked area that the other side, and area did not come in paper 1, so you're likely to fetch that question. You're likely to face that question that is asking the area. It can be in meters or it can be not in kilometers. So calculate the area of a cemetery F in block E2. Let me see if the cemetery is visible. On which map do they tell us? Topographic map, right? Topographic map E2. So the cemetery is here. That is good. The cemetery is this one, F. Okay. So they want us to calculate the area of this. So remember, I told you that when you're calculating area, actually they have given us the measurements, so we don't need to measure anything. They have given us the measurements. So the formula is there. Please don't be confused by L times B and you just put these things here the way they are. This is to confuse you. When they give it to you like this, say L times S and B times S, so that you don't forget the scale. Because they want the answer in meters and you are using the topographic map. Remember, I told you topographic map, if they want the answer in meters, we are using 500. If they want the answer in kilometers, we are using 0.5. So because in this question they want the answer in meters, what are we using? 500. So what are you going to say here? 0.9 times 500. And here we are going to say 0.8 centimeters times 500. That is why it is 3 marks, because they want to see if you can be in position to convert. Is that okay? So we multiply there. What do we get? 4 by this is 45, so it is 45. How many zeros do we see? We take 1 0 because of a decimal place. So this is meters. And this times this, 8 times 5 is 40, so we write a 40 here. How many zeros do we have here? 1, 2, 1, because of the decimal place. So this is meters. So we multiply. Meters by meters, what do you get? Meters squared. 45 times 40, what do you get? Is 100 and what? Or you get 100 and it's 180,000. Okay, 108,000 meters. Please understand. You see, it is 3 times 1. So the conversion is a mark. Okay, and here is a mark, and here is a mark. Please understand, learners, if you miss putting 450 meters times 400 meters, and then if you miss this, and you miss this, and then you come and you put this 180,000 meters squared, this is going to be wrong. The question is, where do you get this from? Yet it is not included here. So you must know that when I multiply meters by meters, I get meters squared. When I multiply this by this, I get this one. That is how you get all your full 4 marks. Please don't miss the units, because if you miss the units, you will miss the marks. Okay, I hope that is very clear, my people. We go to 3.2. 3.2, which is now interpretation of the map. Refer to block C1 and C2 on the topographic map. I'll try to go there and see if it's visible. C1 and C2. I'll try to see if I can see. The first question says, Heather Park is a high or low income residential area. Now this is, you see, they're applying settlement. Remember I told you, land use, we have that place called residential area. And I told you that residential area, it is divided into 3. High income, low income, and middle income. Please understand, high income, those are the very big mansions. Low income, these are the informal settlements. Middle income, those are the 2-3 bedroom houses or the town houses. So when you look at that area on the map, do you see it as having very big plots? Check here. C1 and C2. You see there. You see here. These are like areas that are having big blocks, and they are far away from the city. So we are now trying to integrate in the aspects. They are far away from the city and they look to be having big blocks. You can see if this area here covers from here to here, that is a block of land. From here to here, meaning that this area will be having high income earners. So I'll say, that is how I'm concluding to say Heather Park is a high income earners. If they want you to give evidence to support your answer, the first evidence that you're going to have is, number 1, the big plots of land. You can see that they are dissected. Okay, and if you see the houses are not so close to each other. Remember, under low income earners, like informal settlements, houses are close to each other. They are very small houses close to each other. When it comes to high income earners, those are the big plots of land, mansions far away from each other, and they are covering big areas, and they are always far away from the city. Okay. When you look at it, let us go to the map and check again. What evidence do we have? We have got a golf course here. There's a golf course here. Okay. And that means it's a high income earners, because rich people are normally the ones that play golf. You understand? Rich people like us, you understand that. So we get to understand that golf is a game for the rich. So we can say here as an evidence here that it is close. It's located close to the golf course. It is located close to the golf course. Remember, the people who are enjoying that game are the rich. Therefore, they stay next to it. Number 3, that you can say when you look at it on the map here, let's see if you can see on the map. Look at this. This area here, remember a golf course is located where? It is located in the rural urban fringe. Remember that I told you that the indicators of a rural urban fringe is a golf course, is a shooting range, is a rifle range, is a landing site, is a cemetery, those aspects. So you find that the people who are rich are the ones that go that other side next to a golf course. So you can also give another evidence as it is located close, or it's located within the rural urban fringe. So in that sense, you'll get all your marks. Okay, remember it's a 1-mark question. Okay, you can also talk about it being far away from the CBD, because I told you that the rich people don't want to stay in a CBD. Why? Because the CBD is here. The CBD has got a lot of noise, a lot of congestion. They can even afford transport from wherever they are staying to the CBD. So that's why they stay this as far as this way, because they can afford going to the CBD. Than the poor people, because poor people will settle close here because they don't want to waste a lot of transport. You can see these ones here. Okay. Then you can talk about the industrial zone. It can be located far away from the industrial zone because industries make a lot of what? A lot of noise. Those are the things that you should apply. It's application. Okay. Refer to topographical map and the orthophoto map. So we are combining both maps. Identify the human-made feature 9 on the topographic map. On the orthophoto map, sorry. We come here. Feature 9. Where is 9? Right, I'll give it a few minutes so that it can be very clear. Okay. Feature 9. I want to see 9. Okay, it's now clear. 9 is here. What do we see here? Which feature is 9 here? Which one is this, guys? But you cannot understand it clearly if you do not combine it with this map. Can you look here and check? This is the feature 9, because remember this is the area covered by the orthophoto map. This feature 9, what is it? The name of the feature 9 can only be seen if you look at here. Let's go back to the question quickly. Refer to that feature 9. Identify that man-made feature 9. Okay, the man-made feature 9, if you check clearly on this map, the name is here. It is here. It's a sewage works. So feature 9 is referred to as a sewage works. So we say here sewage works. Okay, so you write it there and then say give a reason why give a reason why sorry for that. Give a reason why. I want us to look at that feature clearly and see if we can get it clearly. Okay, let us see here. Look here. This is the feature here. The name for the feature is here. It's a sewage work. Okay, it is this feature here. Now the next question says give a reason why rural urban fringe is suitable location for this human-made feature. In that case, why do you think the sewage works is located that far? Number 1, it is far away from the built-up area, like the residential area. That is why. Remember, sewage smells, so you can't have it close to too many people. So far away from the residential areas. Few people are located in such areas. So because of the bad odor, the odor that it gives, people stay away from it. Okay, number 1. Number 2, that in that area the land is cheaper. Remember, the rich, most of the time the rich people go in such areas because they can have a very big plot at a cheaper price and they build those big houses. Okay, The gradient there, when you look at that area, is gentle. The gradient is gentle. Please don't forget that we write answers in a sentence. Okay. And it is also located. Let's see here. It is also here. The gradient here is gentle, far away from the built-up area. The people are this other side, this other side. So it is located here, far away from the built-up. Remember, the rich are basically occupying these places here. These places here, and this thing is here. So it's far from the people, far from the people, so that the smell does not affect people. Okay. Yeah. So we can move on. We can move on. 3.25. I'll try to move fast now because we are running out of time. 3.25. Identify two pieces of evidence to suggest we are losing. Okay, before we continue there, they say refer to blocks D1 and D2, E1 and 2 on topographic map. We come here, we look at the topographic map, D1, D2, E1, E2. We are referring to these blocks here. We are going to look at them critically and we'll answer those questions that are asked. Identify two pieces of evidence that suggest that George is a popular tourist destination. Why do you think George is a popular tourist destination? So we are going to look at the map quickly. This part here, this part here, this part here, and this part here. What makes it a popular tourist destination? What do you see here? Number one, let's start from this block. What do you see? A golf course. Okay. So, number one, the existence of the golf course, it makes it a tourist destination. Are we together? Okay. We continue. Which other evidence do we have there? Let me see if we have any other evidence. I'm looking for any other evidence there. Here, we don't have many people occupying this place. It's an open space. So another evidence we can use, okay, for this area is I can see these ones are track and trails. Okay, these ones are track and trails. So first of all, is this a track and trail that is existing? You can also see the golf course is here, the park is here. You can see this. This is a park, and the park is for people who want to relax their mind. Okay, there are a lot of green here. There is a woodland here, so woodland can be a tourist destination. Okay, so plus other things that you can see on a map clearly. Take an example: if there is a showground, if there is a sports ground, okay, any activity anything that you can see that can attract a tourist, it becomes a point that you can use to answer those questions. I hope that is very clear, my people. Okay, so you can use anything that you see, anything that can attract tourists. Woodland, if there is a river becomes a thing that can attract tourists. Even the transport itself, there are transport routes here that can transport tourists from one place to another. It becomes a place. It now attracts them. Okay, so anything that can be used for tourism becomes evidence. Please don't forget that. Okay, we continue. Refer to feature 10 in block C1 on the orthophoto map. We come here, we look at 10. Where is 10? 10 is here. This is the feature 10. If you come here, 10, let us look at it. 10 is here, slightly above this. So this is the area. 10 is this part here on the topographic, but we are referring to it here on the orthophoto map. Okay, and the first question is on the topographic map. So feature 10 is on the orthophoto map. Shows crops or trees. Definitely those can't be crops. In this sense, if you cannot tell what this is, you can combine it. Look at this. This is 10 here. What is this? These greens are trees. So when you come here, you know that this texture here, normally the rough texture here is indicating trees. These are all trees. These are all green trees. These are all trees. So in this sense, the answer for this one can't be crops. It is what? It's trees. Okay. Give evidence for your answer. What do we say? Number one, rough texture. Okay, the rough texture that you see on the map is indicating the green or the vegetation. Okay, then you can also talk about it. What do you see? You say what you see, the black tone or the black color. Look at this. This black tone here is indicating that it was a vegetation. So you give evidence based on that. Okay, and so on and so forth. Okay. Then refer to block D3 and D4 on the topographic. So that means this time around we're using the topographic. Okay, the topographic. Identify two factors that influence the location of the industries in George industries. We say D3 and D4. Come here. D3 is here. Okay, this is D3 and this is D4. So this area here is the industrial zone. You can see this dark texture, big blocks. These are heavy industries. Okay, if you see this kind of dark colors, big blocks concentrating in one area far away from the CBD, close to the major transport route. Actually, I'm giving answers now before even I focus on the question. It says, what makes it suitable, this place to be the best place for industries? Number one, the transport and communication routes. Okay, what do we see? This is a railway line. This is a national route. So that is one. Okay, you can say the railway line, the existence of the railway line. Remember, the railway line is used to transport the bulky products. So if these industries are producing bulk products, they can be easily transported to their markets using this railway line. Okay, then there is a freeway here, a national route here. Okay, then number two, look at the nature of the contour lines. It is not so close to each other, which makes this place flat, and therefore if it is flat, it is suitable for the construction of industries. Number three, that here is an area where it is surrounded by built up areas, meaning that there are people around the industrial zone that can provide labor to the industries here. So the availability of cheap labor or the availability of labor from the nearby built up areas or people. Okay, on top of that, what else do we see? Remember, it is called George Industrial. This part here is George Industrial. So we have got transport routes here, we have got this, we have got labor. We can say if these people provide labor, that means they can as well provide market. So there is ready market for the industry, for the goods produced in these industries here. Number four, based on this, what do you see this? This is a cemetery. So a cemetery is found in areas in the rural urban fringe. Rural urban fringe has got free land. So there is available land, readily available land in this area, which makes it a suitable place for industry. So that means if these industries want to extend them to other areas, they can easily extend them because the land is available. But remember, this is based on the evidence that you have on the map. All right, so you can have those answers there. So you can write these answers here, like what? You can write the answers here like gentle land or flat land. You can say flat land for industrial development. Remember, I told you that you don't write just flat land for industrial development. Okay, then adequate land for what? For expansion of industries. Remember, when you look at the southwest, there is a lot of land that the southwest there is a lot of land that is free. Okay, then talk about the transport routes. And we talk about transport routes. I want you to refer to the railway line. Also, there is a national roads. I don't know which national roads are those ones, but they are N roads, N1, N2, but I don't know which N is that is around that. But when you check on the map clearly, you will see. But I can see on the map it's indicated that this is a national road here. I don't know which N is this. There's an N road here, okay, that can be used to transport the products there. So you can talk of labor, cheap labor, or labor availability from the nearby population, nearby build up area. So this labor is coming from the people because the area is built up. That means it's not only labor, it can also provide what? Market. All those are factors, but they want only two, so we cannot finish them. Let's go to the GIS. GIS refer to topographic map. The orthophoto. Orthophoto map is represented what? Remember when I was explaining the previous paper, I told you that an example of raster data is the orthophoto. So the answer here is raster data. Are we together? Then we continue. Give a reason for your answer, because it is an image. It is an image or photo. Where is it coming from? From that word, orthophoto, meaning that it's a photo. A photo is in form of pixels. And when you talk about pixels, you are referring to raster data. Okay. It's an orthophoto map. Okay. Or you can say it is made up of pixels. So that is evidence enough. 3.3.3. State the main data layer that limits the town from developing in the block, in this block. What limits the town from developing in block A5? We come here. Which map are they referring us to use? Topographic. Topographic in block A5. So here, which data layer is limiting the extension in this block? It's basically, when you look at it, this area here has got contour lines that are close to each other, meaning that it's going to be the steep gradient. Okay, the steep gradient, or you can say the nature of land or the relief. So here the main data is the relief, which is the general appearance of the land. And in that case, when you look at that land, it is steep. How does this data layer mentioned above limit the development? Number one, if the area has got contour lines close to each other, it means that that area is steep. Therefore, it is difficult to construct. It's difficult to construct on such steep area, or it's difficult to build. But people build there. But if you are to build there, that means you're going to use a lot of money. Therefore, it is going to be expensive. Remember, not all of you are building in those expensive areas, because in the mountainous areas, it's too expensive. You have to level the area, then you put your structure on that area. That is all money. And that's why you see that in the mountainous area, the people who build those big structures or proper structures are the rich, because they can afford. It's difficult to build there. Number two, it is very expensive to build in such an area. We only want one answer there. But remember, I always tell my learners, and I'm still telling you, that please don't write exact. It says 1 times 2. Don't write one answer. Write 2, so that if one is not standing so strong, the other one can still bail you out. Okay. Refer to feature G in block C3 on the orthophoto map. Sorry, on the topographic map. We come here. What are they referring to? They want us to refer to feature 3, which is G. Refer to feature G in block C3. C3. Where is C3? C3. Okay. This is here. C3. This one. The feature is there. How do we tell? You can combine. You come here. You can combine this. So it is somewhere around here. Okay. Let's look at our questions quickly. Refer to feature 3 on the topographic map. Refer to feature G on the topographic map. Come here. G is here on the topographic map. 1, 2, 3. So we are here. Sorry. We are referring to this. Okay. All right. The first question says, use the table below to merge the columns A Write only letter A or B depending on what you are asked. Spatial data of a hospital is this. Attribute is this. I told you spatial shows location, and the location must be in degrees, minutes, and seconds. So definitely this goes here. And attribute 200 beds, this goes here. So attribute further explanation of a geographical feature. Therefore, A is B. Sorry, number 1 is B, and number 2 is what? Is A. Just like that. You remember spatial is location. Location, we are using coordinates. So this one goes here. Attribute further explanation of a geographical feature. Take an example, a school. If it's a school, it will be located where? Let's say 36 Goldman. Where? Rodport or Florida. Okay. Is it a mixed boys and girls? You are giving further information about the geographical feature. It becomes attribute. Okay. So I think we are good with that. I'm doing our last question for the day, and I want to be very fast here. It is Bloemfontein. And therefore, we are going to be looking at this map for Bloemfontein. You're going to be looking at this map for Bloemfontein. We're just going to give me a few seconds as it is becoming clear. Okay, I think nowadays it's clear. Remember, these are online stuff, and therefore it has to load very well. Let's see the question. Bloemfontein is here. Free State. We read. Bloemfontein, please don't go to the questions before you read this information here. Okay? You don't go to the question before we read this information here. Okay? Let us read the information that we need. Bloemfontein is the capital city of Free State. It is located in central South Africa on the southern edge of the Highveld. The area is generally flat with isolated hills. Although agriculture is the main primary activity, businesses mainly drive Bloemfontein's economy. Due to the many businesses, it has attracted many people into the area. This has led to many developments. Okay, those are the things we're supposed to read just for us to understand. Because if you have a question that requires us to get that, then we can do it. Okay. Let us look at the questions. The first question. It says the topographic map or orthophoto map. The topographic map or orthophoto map. Are we together? The topographic map or orthophoto map has a smaller scale. Which one has a smaller scale? Now, some learners confused because topo is 1 to 50,000. Ortho is 1 to 10,000. But when you look at this number indicates how many times the map can be reduced or enlarged. So when you look at this, 5 and 1, if you reduce the 0, 5 here, 1 here. In your own understanding, 1 is bigger, and 5 is bigger, 1 is smaller. But in this sense, the smaller the number, the bigger the map. The bigger the number, the smaller the map. So meaning that topographic map with 5 is smaller. The orthophoto map with 1 is bigger. Please understand that. The bigger the scale, actually, if you're going to forget, remember this. ERE. Enlarged map, scale reduces. Reduced map, scale enlarges. Remember, this orthophoto map is coming from that small section on the topographic map. That means it has been enlarged. Because it has been enlarged, the scale is now reducing. That's why it is 10,000. Because this one is now is covering a very bigger area, that's why the scale is like that. Okay, so depending on the area it covers, that is the scale we use. All right, so the topographic map that has got a bigger number, which is 5 or 50,000, is small. It's a smaller scale. Whereas this one that has got a smaller number is having a bigger scale. I hope that is clear. So the answer here is topographic. Okay. We go to 3.2. Okay. 3.2. It says the smaller scale shows number one, a smaller area. No, that is very wrong. It shows a bigger area. Number two, greater details. No. So it shows a large area as well as less details. You see the orthophoto map. Please understand me. Orthophoto map, okay, shows a very small area but with a lot of details. Whereas the topographic map, it shows a larger area but with less details. Remember, if it's having covering a very large area, you have to use a very small scale to ensure that all that area is catered for. Okay, so the answer here is D, 3 and 4. We go on. Next question. It says the grid reference of a reservoir at F in block B1 on the topographic map is what? Now, when it comes to understanding coordinates, you must know that the latitude comes first. The latitude ends with S. The longitude last, it ends with E. So all these ones are starting with S. Okay, so they can be right depending on what you're looking at. So let us go to F. Where is F? F is here. Okay, the latitude here is 29. Okay, 29 is 0 what? Okay, so it is 29. So the latitude should be 29. The longitude should be 26. We are coming here first to the options given. The latitude should be 29. So that means the only numbers that start with the 29 and S are these two. So this one is out and this one is out because we start with a latitude that, according to the map, the latitude starts with 29. Remember, it is drawn like this, What the number do we see here is a 0, 1. Okay, 0, 1. Then the number we see here is a 10. Okay, so we come here, we check. Which one starts with a 0, 1? It's this one, 0, 1, and this one is 2. Let us check here. This is 0, 1, and the feature is where? So this is 1, it comes up to here. This is 2, it comes up to here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that, going down. All right, and then that means this is 10. Okay, this is 26, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's why here you see 15 here. Do you see that? But the degree has not changed. So on looking at that, we get to see that the answer should be starting with a 2, and then a 10 is there and a 12. So the only answer here that we have that has got a 2 is only B. So B becomes the right answer. You see, if you use the elimination method, you won't even stress too much. You just look for the right answer like that. So refer to the orthophoto map. We come here, we look at the map. Orthophoto map is where? Is here. Okay, so we are going to refer to this. Okay, which question? Let's quickly go to the question. Refer to the orthophoto map, and the question that you're looking at is saying, determine the true bearing of a spot height at 6 in block 1 from. Remember, I told you that the moment they say true bearing, the keyword is from. What is the starting point here? Spot height 1427 at 7. So we come here. Where is 7? 7 is here. So we are starting from 7 here, going to where? Going to 6. Going to 6. So 6 is here, 7 is here. So these are the two areas we are using. What do we do? Remember, I told you that we draw a line, a straight line. You know, if you have a ruler to be straight, you're in the two places. Since you are starting at this is where we draw our true north. Straight, it should be straight in relation to these other lines, okay? How do we move? We move clockwise from here to the line that is joining the two places. Are we together? So when you look at this one is 180. So you add on this section here that if you now you will use your protractor, you lay it here such that this one becomes a 0, and then you measure from here to here. So the answer you get here, you add it here. Okay, you add it there, and then when you add it there, it will give you the answer. Let's take an example. From here to here, it's 180, and this is already past 90. So when you add another 90, it becomes 270. So when you add this section that is remaining there, it's like 50, okay, or 40 something. So let's say like 47. Okay, so you add there, you get a 7 there. It's like, is it a 40? No, it's like a 37 or 20 something. So you add, basing on what you get, so you'll get your answer. So all what I want you to know is which one is the starting point. In this question, they say from this spot height at 7. So that means 7 is the starting point. So you start from 7, going where? Going this way. So at 7 is where you draw your true north. But you start by joining these two places with a straight line. So you measure clockwise from here to the line that is joining the two places. So from here to here is 180, then plus this section here. The answer you are going to get will be the true bearing. If not, for the smart learners, and if you have, actually I always advise my learners to use a protractor that has got 360 degrees, because for it you just put it here, this one becomes 0, you look at the number from here, you take that number. But if not, you can use another alternative. Get this section from here to here, minus it from 360. The remaining answer is going to be that. Take an example. If this is like, I don't know, I don't have a protractor to measure it, but probably it's before 90. So you minus, let's say 40 some, 50 something or 60 something from 360. The answer you'll have will be the answer from here to here. But I preferably you use clockwise from here until when you meet the line that is joining the two places. All right. Then we come here, refer to the topographic map. Topographic map. So we go to topographic map, capture the average gradient from the spot height 1358 at G in block A3 to the trigonomical station 96 at H in this. So now here they use trigonomical station. Now some learners confuse this. If they say trigonomical station, the symbol is like this. There is a number on top and there is a number below. We use the number with a decimal place. Please normally use the number, because the number with the decimal place is the height. But the good thing is that here they gave you the distance between the two spot height. They gave you already the distance. So what are you going to do to calculate the difference? So we say VI will be the difference between the two heights. So we come here. The trig beacon is 96. In which block? It's in block C4. You come here, C4. H is here. Okay? So the height of this trig beacon is this number below here. I don't know if you can see there, but now I can see it here. But if you can't see it, I will tell you. The number there is 1455.6. 1455.6. So we come here to the question here. Okay, but if you can't see, I can zoom it a little bit out so that you can be in position to see this number. So this is 96 here, but you're looking at this number that has a decimal place. Is the height of that trig beacon. Okay, so the height of the trig beacon and the height of a spot height. So the spot height is this. So we are just getting the one for the trig beacon. So the trig beacon is 1455.6 height meters above sea level minus 1358. What is the difference? The difference is 97.6. 97.6 meters. So you come here, so we have 97 1.6 meters over what is the distance between the two. If they have not given you the distance, what do? You measure.
Hello geography learners, we are going to be having a break for you guys. We are going to be doing the memorandum for life science, so we're gonna come back immediately after 1.5 hours when the memorandum is done. Thank you so much. Keep in touch with the Thundereduc, and we appreciate you being on our channel. We're gonna come back for you so that we're able to help you, and we see that tomorrow you guys you pass. We wish you the best. Thank you so much.